So morning. So we're going to begin with a Q&A about yesterday. I'm going to go through the tests that we did so that you can see what that might look like online. I think the biggest challenge is the coaching of the client to move their camera and their body so you can see them, which is what we talked about. Then we're going to do the tasking, which is I'm going to ask you questions. Morning, Amanda. Whereby, and the other Charlotte, so we've got two Charlottes in today. So I'm going to be posing you questions, which will, sorry, somebody has asked for the link. They've obviously missed that, my apologies. To really get you thinking, I want you to think in a simple way about movement analysis. I'm going to, as I was saying to this, I'm going to take you back to level 2 training. All right, someone needs, you can just bear with me a second. So what I'd like you to do first of all is start to list in the chat box any questions that you might have, whilst I just forward the link to someone who needs it. So any questions from yesterday, sort of anything after last night whereby you know, it left you thinking, I'm not sure about that. And it may be that we're going to cover it today. Or it may be that it would just be great to just run through it again. So tell Karen. Just, yeah, any questions you've got in relation to what we did yesterday? Yes, I was, and I've managed to upload it. YouTube's been amazing, actually. So it was like a 5-hour session, and I managed to upload it last night. And so I'm just looking at how I can make the link easily accessible, so that you can use it as a resource. So, and then for future learners as well who book on. So if you can all mute, I can hear someone. Let me just mute you, Alison, I think. Just checking through. I feel slightly rude muting. There you go. Right, so no questions other than that one about yesterday's recording. No questions. All right, first of all, I'm just going to put in here, well, first of all, thank you so much for those who sent me feedback yesterday. You're very welcome and much appreciated. And just also to quickly acknowledge those of you who are key workers as well, and doing charity and volunteer stuff. You're doing amazing stuff, so you know who you are. Really well done, raising money and doing things for free. Whilst on furlough, obviously when you're furloughed, you're not in a position to work under a paid sort of setting. So for those, hi Karen, my apologies for that, sorry. Hiya Matt. So well done you guys, any key workers, well done. I hope you go out and listen to the applause, that is for you too. It is for NHS, but I think we should remember all the people who are running around the villages dropping off meds and food, so well done you guys. I'm also going to just post you a link to Omar's website where he delivers, thanks Robbie, he delivers first aid courses. I know I need to upgrade mine in July. And so I think when you get in this chaos, we might forget a little bit about deadlines of things, insurance and things like that. So just check you're up to date. Omar, if you want to write anything in the chat box about, are you doing it online? Can we access it online? Are you just setting dates for face-to-face? I'm not sure how it works with the first aid. Morning, Russell. So a little bit of a Q&A, okay, fantastic. So setting dates for face-to-face later in the year. So just be mindful, by the way, I'll come to that in a second, John, that there is a lot of social media stuff that you might be reading about how we're going to get out of this, etc., etc. please always use the .gov website. People are surmising and guessing what's going to happen. Try not to take any of that too seriously until we're told. People are kind of trying to guess about this red, amber, green gradual release of freedom. sounds drastic, but that's what it feels like, I guess. So please always check your resources, and I would always say that to you, even when it comes to reading research. So always look at the source. It's just a smart way of knowing the quality of the information you're getting. So John has asked, if you perform an MET on an agonist, following that up with conditioning of the antagonist, and then performing conditioning to the agonist, does the final agonist conditioning then not retighten that area? Is this an advised time frame between release and reconditioning? It's an amazing question, and it's probably the most common question I get asked, John, so thanks for asking it. We have no idea really in terms of, I can tell you what the research suggested generically about the sort of 25-year time frame that Martin worked with 4,500 subjects using this program to trial it against the isokinetic machines. And the evidence showed that and I'll come back to your question in a second, but just to give you the evidence, if you remember that three-tiered approach we talked about, so prepare and capacity, preparation and capacity in the beginning could take up to 6 weeks on a healthy athlete without any additional complications to normalize, if you like, their pelvis and spine to the point where you would take them into phase 2, which is stability and control, which is what we're going to talk about today. And again, that phase can take up to 6 weeks until function and performance phase, which is at the top. Now, that doesn't mean it will take 6 weeks. And in my personal experience and data collection across 16 years, I have found if you can crack the first phase, i.e., get the client to do it, feel confident in your system of analysis, give them an exercise, analysis, change the exercise, give them another one, and so on, and get them into that step 2. Step 2 can actually be literally 2 days. So we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of step 2 today, because there is this common language of weak core. And so we're going to really dive into some controversial issues around the subject of core stability and a weak core, and what is it and what does it mean? Everyone thinks they've got it. What is a weak core? Is it really weak if you can walk around and pick your kids up? And so to start to differentiate a little bit. But to come back to John's question about the prescription of the strength training in terms of that relationship, to really truly know, John, you would probably have to do the test, do the antispasm, redo the test. If the test has worked and you've got the negative test result, sorry, if the exercise has worked and you've got a negative result, then you know that conditioning that muscle is probably going to be more effective. The problem is commercially, to do a test, do an exercise, redo the test on all of the tests and exercises is time consuming. If you think of it in terms of safety and there's no red flags and you're working with relatively healthy bodies, and the concept that you haven't been using the antispasms prior to learning this, we haven't really broken anyone. So the risk factor is still low. But over time, what we want to do is, over time, is really improve function more and more and more with more releases, more body parts, more knowledge about what our clients' key biomechanical pillars are, to understand when and how much to give them. I'm afraid, while your question is a technical one, what interplays with the answer to that is more about, are they going to do the homework? How much time have we got? How much time have they got? And all the other things that influence our exercise prescription. So I'm not trying to get out of the question, because technically we don't really know, other than do a test, do a release. If it's now negative, you can strengthen it. Does that make sense, John? it's a great question, but it's one I can probably is the harder one to answer, because what we're trying to equip you with is the skills to analyze a client. I mean, really, ultimately, what you're gaining from us through these workshops is the ability to know what to do in that session. But what long term, what it gives you is a system of approach conceptually about each session over time as well. So you might have a client that you've worked with for 3 months and they've gradually been getting better, and then all of a sudden you test them and they test really positively. Positive meaning they failed all the tests. They tested kind of really badly compared to their kind of previous results. I would then, rather than assume I'm doing something wrong, I would question them, what's been happening over the last 24, 48 hours. And I've had this happen where either something hormonal has changed that they weren't aware of, and be careful what you say to them. So don't say, oh, it might be your hormones kicking in, don't say that. But just be aware of other things that affect our clients' biomechanics. Change of job, change of shoes, they climbed Ben Nevis, they fell off the bike, they had an argument, they didn't sleep, they had food poisoning. There's a multitude of things that affect our biomechanics. Yes, John, retest. So I think we need to be aware and maybe not put too much pressure on ourselves of this perfect bell curve on a graph of our clients improving, because there are so many things about their biomechanics that you cannot influence, or that is more of a struggle when you think you only see them once, twice, maybe 3 times a week, and then, you know, they're with themselves 24 hours a day. So a big part of what we're doing is life coaching on how to design a home, a work environment, how to move around their house, how to lift their shopping, you know, kind of almost the stuff you're probably already doing, but maybe in more detail in our analysis of, what were you doing yesterday? Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, we went on a 9-mile hike and I fell over and I had new walking shoes and I carried the kids on my shoulders, and yeah, I'm feeling pretty rough today. So all of these things, your body's movement is very, very dynamic in terms of the way the assessments will identify what's going on inside them. So they can have, you know, troughs after hills of improvement. Please don't think immediately, oh, that exercise was hideous, it was the wrong thing to do. What have I done? The first thing I'd be doing is questioning what they've done over the last day or two and said, how are you feeling? Are you okay? And you know, sometimes they have DOMs, they've got things going on, and we kind of need to know that because it does present in these tests, it can do. So thanks for allowing me to explain that, John, even though it kind of went around the houses about your question. But yeah, test and retest. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm just going to very briefly run through, go there, what we covered yesterday. In fact, I'll do it with the, let me just run through it on the PowerPoint, and then, hang on, I've got to do it in order, haven't I? Share screen, share that screen, oops, and then play PowerPoint. So there we come. There's always just a little bit of a delay, long delay. There we go. Okay. So what we looked at yesterday is, just to do a quick review, is we do a couple of ways to do the 4-sign test. And so the 4-sign adapted, so Charlotte W, we just looked at ways to adapt online. We looked at obviously the lying down version and verbally coaching a client, but we also looked at this nice seated version, which I'll run through these physically on the video in just a moment. But to just ask a client to sit in front of you on the camera, nice and easy positioning, as long as they're facing you straight on, and just seeing how high the knee drops and doing a comparison with the other side gives you a very simple range and symmetry test. Also, you can take into account how easy it looks or feels, and so ask them, does it feel stiff on one side? And we write positive on the side that is higher, or if you feel both sides looked high or felt stiff or looked awkward for the client, then they would both be positive. If they drop quite low and it looks quite easy, we might decide it's negative, but at the same time, that first image or shot of them is still a benchmark to tomorrow or the next time you assess them. We also looked at gilets on a visual perspective, whereby we would ask the client to roll their t-shirt up or take the top off, the guys, or if ladies had a crop top, and then just roll the band of the trousers down. So we can just observe if they do have dimples, or you can see some of their structures to be able to see whether they have independent movement from one side to the other when they lift their leg. So ideally coach them holding onto the wall or a chair, and then get them to lift the knee above 90 or as high as they can, preferably, to really get the impression as to whether the lifting hip rolls backwards and allows the PSIS on that side to drop and finish lower than the static leg. What we sometimes see is that both sides of the hip move as a unit. Well, that's a positive result because it's not dropping independently. Or the lifting knee, that side can hitch up because the pelvis is stiff. And again, we mark positive and negative for those results. We looked at lateral flexion and QL well, this is the QL test. We'll focus on this just for a moment, but then we can do it at the same time practically. So we're looking at whether do we see a smooth curve? If we do, yes, then negative. However, if it's not a smooth curve, or we think there's a hinge, we might decide that we're going to mark it positive for QL spasm on the opposite side to the direction the client is bending. So what we see here is a relatively clear right side bend, but on the left, while he's got some degree of movement, it looks disrupted in that lumbar area. And so we suspect maybe a little bit of hinging. If we're not sure, then we make the decision to write those comments on our form and then maybe prescribe the wall gliding exercise anyway. But again, this is a before shot, ready for the subsequent tests after shot, so we can do a comparison and maybe have more confidence on this first image as to whether it was a good result for them or not. We looked at spinal flexion when we got to spine mobility. Did they have the range to be able to get their shoulders to their thumbs with the hips beginning in that 90 degree and the knees at 90 without any discomfort or pain? Could they get there, and are they rounding in some form around the back? Then that would be negative. The shoulders don't reach the shoulder, if the shoulders don't reach the thumb, it's positive. If there's pain or discomfort, it's positive. Or if they simply fold without any flexion, then that would be positive. Or if they do fold, by the way, I would probably re-coach it, get them to sit back up and get them to slump before they come forwards, because that might be just a technique thing. Spinal extension is, can they arch the lumbar spine into a nice C shape without discomfort? If they can, negative. If they can't get that nice C shape, or if there's discomfort, it's positive. And then we can do the lateral flexion range of motion test, range and symmetry test, at the same time as QL. We can do it from the back view. But this time we're looking at the medial epicondyle and whether that reaches the greater trochanter or the seat height, depending on your client's body type. If they've got big glutes, we might allow them a little less range. But ultimately, we want symmetry while they've got a nice, pure frontal plane side bend without any forward rotation. And again, we want to see them doing that without any discomfort and within range to pass or get a negative result. Thoracic rotation, we talked about there are several things that could happen here to disguise how much rotation is actually coming from the thoracic spine. And so we want to get those hips nice and fixed and make sure the knees don't slide, which gives a false impression of rotation from the thoracic spine. We also ask the client to really fix the scapula back so that we can then limit the scapular rotation and subjectively measure how much rotation they can do purely from the thoracic spine. And remember, we talked about 45 degrees of rotation with all of those techniques in place would be negative, and anything below that would be positive. We have got, of course, the idea that if somebody can get to 55 one way, but only 45 on the other side, we might decide that 45 isn't enough because of the comparison. But that takes a keen eye to understand the differences and make sure their technique is in place. We also talked about the slump exercise, and in terms of coaching it, to understand whether what they're feeling could be neural tension, by asking if they feel it in the from the hip down, just lifting and lowering the head. If that sensation moves from the hip down, it would indicate there's that it's a nerve response or nerve tension. Or if when they go into the slump position, they feel it from the waist up and they move the knee or the ankle and that changes, then that would also indicate nerve tension. If, however, they felt it in the hamstring and moved the knee, it could just be changing range in the hamstring. However, we are limited to some degree online, so it's a little bit of practice and judgment. So we can use it as an exercise for sure, but I think to some degree we've got to appreciate limitation, but appreciate that there are exercises we can certainly use to improve nerve mobility with all the things that I was talking about yesterday. So what I'm going to do now is just quickly visually run through what that might look like in terms of coaching a client through each of the tests. So if I was your client, we just alter the camera position, then you would want to coach them into a position to observe the 4-sign test. Knee drops down, might be negative. That side confirms this is positive. This could be negative. But if I do my 4-sign release technique, muscle energy technique, you may see on my test tomorrow that this knee also drops a little bit lower. So the second test will always confirm or deny what we saw before. The Gillet's test we'll do against the wall in a moment, but just to make this more fluid, I might immediately go to here for the flexion test and ask them to round the back, slump forwards, see if they can get the shoulders towards their thumbs, screenshot or take a photo at that point, and then also I can check the arch, and I might ask them to lift the top up at that point. Then I'm going to ask them to turn around. I would want to see the lumbar spine for the QL and side or QL test, and then I'm going to be watching and observing their technique, make sure they're not rolling forwards, make sure the hip doesn't lift, and I can also take a measure of the side bend while also observing the spine for the QL hinge. We do both sides, and then from here we can go into the rotation and see how far they get one way, relax, and how far they might get the other way. Then we might ask them to just adjust the camera slightly to expose the lumbar, the PSIS, and then we would want to see where they can get to in terms of independent movement from one side to the other. So any questions on any of those things that we covered yesterday, just before I carry on with today? Did that help? I know Charlotte W, obviously you weren't here yesterday, you can watch it back. Let's just see who we've got. Oops. I think we've got all the same people from yesterday. We've got Alison as well, and see the people who weren't here yesterday. Amazing, you all bring yourselves here to do this. Really well done. Okay. Don't think there's anything coming through. So that's just a kind of a little snapshot so you can see how quick, how simple it can be. And I'm aware in the early phases, it might not feel like you want to move that quickly through it. You're going to want to kind of hone your techniques a little bit. Maybe when you do your family Zoom with grandma and granddad, you can practice on them because they're the best people to practice on, trust me. It will really enhance your vocabulary skills in cueing. and asking them telling them what to do. So I'm going to come back to the PowerPoint, guys, and bring it up to here. It's taking a minute. Oh, there we go. Brilliant. Just check I've got my cursor over here. Okay, so I'm going to start into the second phase. So I want you to imagine right now with our online clients, that first section we've just done is to give them, to prepare them, give them the capacity for movement around the pelvis and the spine. So that what we would be understanding at this point when we start using these techniques is that they are ready for this type of training. So we're going to come into the second layer of our pyramid. So once that first process is in place, what we can understand is that they have the capacity, hopefully, around the pelvis and the spine. Just a little note here, I know that the other guys who have done this training hopefully will be aware, we don't want to be waiting for everyone to have perfect pelvis and spine biomechanics. It is possible. However, there are so many things that will influence perfect negative test results and not just function, obviously previous history and all the things we talked about yesterday. So capacity for function, we've got to make a judgment call on what we feel is improved movement, better movement, and then safe movement to move into this next phase. Have they been doing the homework? Have they improved? Are we going down the right route? And then we want to look at this exercise continuum that's going to take them through progressions of exercises for the trunk muscles, if you like. So we're going to start to identify what the core muscles are, how we work those out, how to assess the core for function and stability, accurate recording them, and then demonstrating progressive exercises. Something I forgot to mention earlier, by the way, for those who are here today for the first time, we will be taking screen breaks. So we'll have our first one in around about, depending on how quick we get through this, around about an hour or so. So don't panic, but you can obviously have your drinks and things available at any time, because I can't see most of you anyway, unless I click on your videos, and then I might do. So we're going to go through some controversial issues. Core stability, what is it? So if we take the term core stability and think, I want you to just think for a moment, if somebody said to you, what is it? In simple terms, what do you think your response would be? How would you describe or explain what core stability is for somebody who's a lay person? And then how would that differ if it was a technician or somebody a bit more knowledgeable in anatomy? If they said, well, what is it? What does it mean to you? Just want you to have a think for a moment, because if we take the word core and the word stability, put them together, what does it mean? Because ultimately, if you put that into the internet search bar, you're going to get a whole plethora of words, small sentences, and then when you think about it, it's actually a more complex sort of thing to try and explain. If you're trying to think about what it is, you probably had a whole jumble of words coming to mind. We could simplify it down to what the internet says: foundation, powerhouse, base of support, one of the blocks of the foundation of building a house. But then it starts to become a little bit more complex when we really get into, well, actually, what is it? So what I'd like to show you now is a definition that we actually took this from Mel Siff's work on defining segmental stability. And we felt that if we took just a segment out and put the spine in, it was quite a good way of defining core stability. So core stability, muscles stabilizing or supporting the spine statically or dynamically while other muscles carry out a movement involving other joints. So I'm aware that somebody has posed a question, which is fantastic. Let me just, is it me or, finding my cursor when I go across the screen. Right, now I've lost your question. There it is up. Let's have a little look. So the ability of the muscles of the midsection to underpin and other major compound movements. So I think that's where, thanks Omar for sharing that, where what Omar is describing is kind of what we're saying here in this definition. Would you agree, Omar, in terms of it can become quite a complex thing to try and define? But if clients are wanting it, but they're not quite sure what it is, what does it mean, then we can potentially really help with that. And so again, Omar's definition, which is in the chat box, if you want to have a read of that, I think probably ties in a little bit with this. But if we use this visual model, so if you imagine the image here from Bergmark's visual model, if you imagine the first image on the left-hand side, which is like an upturned dish, and you've got the yellow ball is your spine. If we generate force on that structure, the ball is not very stable. If we come across to the tabletop one, it's a little more stable, but not quite as much. Then you've got your cereal bowl, if you like, and then your vase. And if you imagine that most stable image there in 3D, that's almost like your spine and all the muscles around it is probably the most stable, is having everything in place. And so really what we're saying here is, if we can understand the anatomy of the trunk and what is the most stable posture, that's going to help us understand this stability model and then interpret it with our clients. So looking at the core muscles and what they are, and this is just, we're just going to go through this. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you any questions at this point. If we look in layers, so if you imagine the deep proprioceptive segmental stabilization of multifidus, rotatorius, and these kind of muscles, they haven't got a huge amount of mechanical force translation, but proprioceptively, what they're going to do is they're going to work to initiate spinal stabilization, a little bit of movement, but then your erectors, or the next layer of intersegmental stabilization, will start to do a little bit more movement. And then when you get into muscles like QL, as a frontal plane stabilizer, we know that QL is more of a mechanical mover through lateral flexion. And then your lats, I know back in the day when I learned about core training, lats, what? That's not the core. And yet, today, 30 years later, I would absolutely suggest that the lat is going to be a direct link between the pelvis and the spine, within which is your trunk. And if you're on all fours in a 4-point kneeling position, you're going to really need some work coming from those lats to keep the shoulders stable, along with other muscles as well. But that connection through pelvis to the opposite shoulder is absolutely coming from the lats. So thinking of core and trunk and everything else, we've got to try and help our clients realize it isn't your six-pack at the front. It isn't just this little bit around the front, it's everything. Then, of course, we've got the abdominal muscles, if you like. So rectus abdominis, the obliques, the TVA. And these are working in conjunction to optimize what your spine can do under load or during movement to provide stabilization in all planes. Hence, your rectus abdominis does not look like a hamstring, because we think of it as a flexor. But in movement and everyday function, its primary role is predominantly a co-contractor. So if you think of it in terms of walking and standing up, we're not using it as a flexor predominantly. It does flex, don't get me wrong, but it is predominantly providing the ability for your body to move around the trunk, the spine, and be stabilized with the antagonistic muscles, all those co-contractor muscles around the back, the erectors, the thoracolumbar fascia, and obviously the transverse abdominis in the centerpiece, kind of wrapping around. So they all work together to optimize spine biomechanics. We could talk about the psoas. We've got that hip flexor conversation we had yesterday with Michelle. And obviously the psoas can be considered also as part of that trunk stabilization here, because of their attachment into your lumbar spine through the transverse processes of L1 to 4. They're going to work in conjunction again with the erector spinae antagonistically. And so looking at their relationship in balancing out the anterior shear force that may happen from the front side, the anterior side of the body. And again, we can go back to the conversation we had with Michelle about force and load coming from those psoas. And there can be this reciprocal inhibition of the glutes. So this weak glute concept could actually be the antagonists. It could be those hip flexors inhibiting the glutes or vice versa. And again, this is where we as analysts, analysts, let me say they're right, analysts, not analyticists. I was going to say then. We're getting into the technical word and my tongue has just doubled in size. So we are truly analysts. And so what we have to try and do is work out what is affecting what. And that is where the tests really come into play. But you do have to do a test, as John was saying earlier, retest after an exercise to really be more confident about what's going on. So now we're going to go into this task session and we're going to look at core stability training and the relevance, because no one muscle is more important than another. So what we're going to look at is your level 2 training of agonists, antagonists, and synergists. So Russell, I know you were talking about this yesterday. So forgive me, I do not mean to patronise when I ask you these questions. However, the point of the question is to simplify it. There are no trick questions, I promise. There is one thing I'm going to ask you to do, please, is not think or use any muscle names. Yay! So I'm going to go through this step by step. We're going to do this several times. There's about 5 or 6 times we're going to do this. And this first one is really just to explain to you what I'm going to ask you to do in a moment. So if you remember back to your anatomy training, what you'll see on this little sort of wire man is the action of shoulder abduction. So the joint that's moving is the shoulder. So the prime mover action, or the primary action, is shoulder abduction, which means the prime movers must be the shoulder abductors. So that's the language I want you to think in, not deltoids, not medial delt, none of this stuff, not supraspinatus, none of that. Forget all of that. I want you to simplify it to level 2, and I want you to think about that shoulder abduction. So that's the shoulder abductors of the prime movers. So therefore the antagonists do the opposite, which is obviously adduction. So the antagonist muscle group will be the shoulder adductors. So hopefully so far this is all making sense and relatively simple for us to remember. Again, I can just confirm that this is just basic level 2, but at the same time, please do not feel nervous or self-conscious if this is already feeling uncomfortable. The point of this session is just to remind you, and we're going to go over it a few times. Now, in your training, you may have had 2 ways that you were trained to think about the synergists. Most people are trained that synergists are everything else involved in that shoulder abduction apart from the abductors and the adductors. However, what we're going to do here is break it down into 2 groups. There's the fixator group of synergists and the dynamic stabilizer group of synergists. So to understand what they do, fixators, by virtue of their name, fix. They contract isometrically to allow the individual to lift the arm and for nothing else to happen. So in this setting, shoulder abduction, the trunk or the core will be the fixator group to allow the shoulder to abduct without the body being tipped over by gravity. If you've got something in the end of the hand or the weight of the arm or the dumbbell, over to the side that the dumbbell or the hand or the arm is lifting. This also indicates that the spine lateral flexors on the opposite side will be dominantly loaded. So by doing a side raise with one arm, you can actually train the trunk or the core on the opposite side, and you can enhance the strength on that side. This is going to play in later when we sort of look at core training and the sort of ratios around the trunk. We'll talk about those briefly. So the fixator group is the trunk, predominantly the opposite side lateral flexors. So we're really, again, not talking about individual muscles here. When we come into the dynamic stabilizers, by virtue of their name, they tell you again where they are. They're dynamic. However, there is only one joint moving, so they have to be in the shoulder. So then they can't be the abductors or adductors because they're prime movers and antagonists. So any other muscle group that crosses the moving joint will be classified as a dynamic stabilizer, allowing the abductors to perform abduction sort of as a dynamic stabilizing action. So your flexors or adductors, whichever definition you use for that, extensors or abductors, and rotators, and then the scapular groups that allow the scapula to rotate. So the scapular stabilizers. Yeah. So hopefully all of that made sense. If it didn't, can you let me know now before we move on to some examples that we're going to explore? We're going to do one together. I'm going to ask you and you'll type into the chat box, and then hopefully what I'll do is some polls. Polls or questionnaires? Are we good? Right, okay, nothing's come through. So I'm going to carry on to the next slide here. So to be able to analyze a movement, we need to define it first. So let me define what you can see in this 2D image. So I want you to imagine the client is lying on the back. Everything from the waist up is nice and still. The hands are on the floor. The bent knee is going to stay still. And that right leg, the knee is locked, the ankle is locked, and all we're going to ask them to do is lift the leg about 30 degrees, no more. All right, so supine leg lift, only 30 degrees and only coming from this area. So the first question I'd like you to answer is, which joint is moving? Please forgive me, it's not a trick question. So what joint is moving in leg lift? Type it into the chat box. I'm going to come across. What joint is moving? So I'm doing this deliberately, guys, so if you bear with me. Hip, 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 fantastic. So then the joint action is what action? Hang on, Robbie. What's the joint action? Fantastic. So the prime mover muscle group is what group of muscles? We're all in the same place. Brilliant, 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 brilliant. The antagonist action and the antagonist muscle group must be what? Brilliant, brilliant. So all making sense. Happy with this so far. Everyone's feeling confident. Fantastic. Wonderful, great stuff. Okay. So in a supine leg lift, what would be the fixator group or groups or whatever you want to define? No muscle names, just what is fixing to allow your client to lift their leg. And if they did not fix it, what would the gravity do with the weight of the leg? How would that disturb the body? And how might that change the body position? So we've got different answers here, all I think saying the same thing. Trunk, abdominals, core, 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 trunk, core, otherwise the back would. Omar says the back would arch. Do you agree? Spine stabilizers, great, great, great. So do you think if the fixators didn't sort of do their job of fixating by lifting the leg, do you agree with Omar that the spine would arch? Don't panic, Omar. So everyone's agreeing with you. So you are absolutely right. So if the spine is arching off the floor, let's just play devil's argument here. What would be the dominant area of your core that's going to hold you down and in place? No muscle names. Just the dominant side. Some of you, it depends on what language you use. What's going to hold you down? Let me help you out a little bit. Yes, Alison. Robbie, what's going to hold you down? If you're in extension, because your leg's pulling you that way, what's going to hold you down? Ooh, okay. Think of the muscles. If we've gone into extension, the front of the trunk has got longer, so they have let go. So they are dominant when you lift your leg. If you want to have a lie down and have a little go, have a lie on your back. Have a lie on your back. Yeah, a little breather from sitting looking at my screen and my mug. Have a little lie on your back. Lift your leg and try and relax. See what happens. And your abdominals, your spine flexors are going to be the dominant area of the trunk being worked due to the weight of your femur. As it lifts, gravity is going to want to pull your pelvis into an anterior tilt, so the flexors are dominant. So the whole core, you were all absolutely right, the whole trunk and core is your fixator group, but by lifting the leg, we can actually work the flexors of the spine isometrically at the same time. Did you feel the difference? So it's just, again, understanding the simplification of exactly what's going on when you coach somebody, dead bugs or bugs on drugs, whatever you call them. All that fancy names. Okay, so we've got the fixators. We've got the dominant fixator, because most core training will have a dominant side. So now we're going to the dynamic stabilizers. So if there's dynamic stabilizers, bugs on drugs. There's one I learned, I don't know. The dynamic stabilizers can only be where? There's only one moving joint. They've got to be in the hip. Perfect. So if we've got the flexors and the extensors as the agonists and antagonists, what muscle groups or actions occur at the hip that we haven't yet named that are going to be dynamically controlling that leg lift? Got different names coming through. Have a think, John. There are 3 of those, and you've got to differentiate between them, I think. That's also a muscle name, by the way. Well, we could call abductors as muscle names, but I'm talking about the individual names. Yeah. So the abductor groups, because they cross the hip that's moving, but they're not prime or antagonist. And then the rotators. So where we had a response of glutes, remember you've got 3 glutes, we're not going to get into those, but one would be an antagonist, the other 2 would be dynamic stabilizers. So again, when we get into the muscles, it sort of gets a bit more messy unless you know your anatomy. Does all of that make sense? Yeah, are we all still happy? We had some like crossover in there about the flexor extensor bit, but do you understand the idea of thinking of force and gravity and how that plays into the areas that are working harder? Amazing, brilliant. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is I'm going to show you, oh, let's have a look. Let's look at the answers here. Check we're right. Oops, let me go, going the wrong way, hang on. Let's go there. So prime movers are flexors, antagonistic extensors, fixators, abdominals or trunk, flexor dominant of the spine, and dynamic stabilizers. It's got rotators, but we could add in abductors there, definitely. So what I'm trying to do is really bring back this vocabulary. Your clinician buddies and allies will use this vocabulary very easily. GPs use it easily, physios, osteos, podiatrists, etc. will use this vocabulary relatively easily. So if we can really bring it back while we are discussing and learning together and then talking to each other, it really brings forth, you know, when you learn that foreign language at school we talked about yesterday, it actually starts to come back. And then as you get more fluent, you feel more confident about what you're looking at. More importantly, when you're looking at somebody moving and you're trying to think in muscles, good luck, because you'll never work it out. It's super challenging. you don't know what's going on in their body. You don't know if they've got 5 quads or 6 or 4. We talked a little bit about this yesterday, but you know if they can flex or not. And so bring it back to this basis. If we go to the movement side first, then put the anatomy back in, it's a much easier way of learning it, which is why we do level 2 to level 3. So these are the questions that I was asking you. And you'll see I simplified it, and I know the joint bit might seem easy. Well, I know it's the hip, crack on, but it's deliberate. I'm just trying to help you so that when you look at someone moving, because what we've just looked at are 2 one joint movements, just a single joint. Yeah, so it's just a single shoulder action and it's just a single hip action. However, I know when you're looking at a client doing a squat, you've got a multitude of things going on. So bear with us while we break it down so that when we put it all back together and look at the real world and what we're looking at with the client, you've got this ability from the simplistic level to start to consider multi-joint actions, which is what we're going to do later on in this session. So if you think in those questions, you will be able to work out, because I know you know this stuff, you've all passed your level 2 and level 3. I just want you to understand thinking in muscles makes it harder when you're learning the process of watching movement. So breaking it down to this and then layering back in the muscles on top becomes much easier then to remember the muscles as well. So what I'm going to hopefully try now is to go through 3 actions. So I'm going to break these down. I'm going to get you to do a poll. So I'm going to come back in and come off the PowerPoint if I can. And I'm going to look at poll. Right. So before I do, what I would like to think about first, the first action I would like you to think about is side lying hip abduction. So I'm going to ask you the questions and I'm going to show you the movement first. All right. So if I make the movement definition absolutely clear, and you can start writing your answers down. If you're finding this relatively comfortable and easy, then you can start writing your answers straight away. But first of all, let me define the movement. So upper body is nice and still. Bottom leg is out the way, bent for a bit of balance. Top leg, knee is fixed, ankle fixed. Only lifting about 30 degrees. Nothing is moving through the waist up. And the knee and the ankle are fixed. So that's the movement that we're going to now analyse, and I'm going to give you a poll. I can bring it up, and I think I need to, do I need to screen share? Let me screen share. And hopefully you'll be able to see it. Oh, we've done that one. We want the next one. Let's do this one. Okay. Can you see the poll? No. How do I get you to see it? Oh, launch might help. Press the launch button, Rach. So, in a side lying hip abduction, what are the prime movers? What's the joint action? What's the joint that's moving? Sorry, what's the joint action? What are the prime movers? What are the antagonists? And then if you scroll down, what are the fixators? You can use multiple responses if you feel that that's what it requires. And what are the dynamic stabilizers? So do that just a bit at a time. Do it in the process that we talked through. Side lying hip abduction. What joint is moving? So what action is that? So therefore, what are the prime movers? Then what are the antagonists? What are the fixators? And you'll see that on question 3 and 4, you have the opportunity to put more answers, more than one answer, sorry. Side lying hip abduction. I'm going to go down to it now. And then dynamic stabilizers. Okay. We're not going there just yet. We're doing this one at a time, Izzy, just to keep everyone in the same place. Oh, unless you can, do you mean, oh, sorry, I do apologize. I think you just hover your cursor and then scroll down. There's a little line on my right side of my screen. It's disappeared? No. It's still showing on mine. Can everybody else still see it? Can anyone see it? I can't, oh. Right, so I've got some it's worked, some it's vanished. I think if you finish it, it must disappear. I'm not sure about the scrolling down, Alison. If you hover your cursor over it, I get a little bar down the right-hand side. Just coming through, there's a few questions coming through. Some of the answers disappeared. Oh, really? It's the first time I've done it, but I'm going to run through it for you all now anyway, for those who, just get rid of that. And then, so just let me know you're back to video. Are you back to video? Fantastic. So let's go to the answers, and I'm going to go through it physically by Doug's request again. And we'll see who was right, if you know you were right or not. Okay. So side lying hip abduction. So lying down, everything's still here. So the joint that's moving is the hip. You all got that one. Which means that the prime movers are the hip abductors. So tick, gold star, everybody got that right. So it means the antagonist group is the adductors. So if you said adductors, which I think most people did, then you were correct. Now the fixator group, we had several answers, and the correct answer has 2 responses. It is the whole trunk core, but the dominant side is actually the top side. And the reason for that is I'm only lifting the leg 30 degrees. I'm not going any higher. So the weight of the leg would actually open the top side through gravity. So it's the top lateral flexors holding me in place. However, if I took the leg higher, something else is happening. That's the differentiator for those who said the bottom side. Hopefully that made sense. Your dynamic stabilizers must cross the hip, can't be the abductors, so it's going to be the flexors, the extensors, and the rotators that control the hip, so your abductors can move your leg up and down under weight against gravity. So hopefully all of that made sense for you guys. Yeah, so just lifting the leg 30 degrees away from the floor. So if the floor is neutral, then I only lift the leg 30 degrees. That's okay, it's fine. It's a common thing when people are watching moves. And this is what I'm trying to condition you to think is technically, accurately about what you're looking at and what it means. Just checking I've got all my responses into everybody. Okay. So the next one we're going to look at is prone kneeling. So different again. So again, listen carefully to the cueing, because I'm actually telling you all the answers when I'm telling you the move I'm doing. So this time, prone kneeling, knees below hips, hands below shoulders, all the normal cues. Shoulders nice and still and fixed, spine nice and still. And then from here, the only action is that one. And again, I'm not going high, I'm just moving the leg backwards. Knee is fixed, ankle is fixed, shoulders, spine are all fixed. So I don't know if there's a timer on it. Maybe you've got to do the answers quickly, I'm not sure. So prone, kneeling, hip extension. I think I share my screen, do I? And then I launch poll. Hopefully you can see that. Robbie, can you see that? Thanks, mate. So prone, kneeling, hip extension. What joint is moving? What's the action? And so then your questions are, what would be the prime movers in prone, kneeling, hip extension? What would be the antagonists in prone, kneeling, hip extension? What would be your fixators? And again, you've got a multiple choice question there, so you can put more than one answer. And then dynamic stabilizers. So dynamic, single joint, prone, kneeling, hip extension. So all the answers have been given to you. Extensors, hip flexors, agonists, antagonists. Okay. Fixators. Oh, okay. Dynamic stabilizers. Hype rotators. Apologies for my typo. Okay, amazing. So I've got a question for you. In the fixator group, so where we have fixators, we've got, everyone has thought, oh, sorry, between you all, everyone is suggesting that everything is fixating in those responses. So the hip rotators, the entire trunk, spine flexors, spine extensors, opposite hip and shoulders. So I would concur with shoulders because I told you they weren't moving. The opposite hip, we agreed because it's not moving. The spine flexors and extensors are part of the entire trunk. And I said to you, it's not moving, correct? So the hip rotators, would that be on the lifting leg or the static leg? Fixators. If it's fixing, what does that mean the contraction is? Yes, Linda. If one side of the hip is fixed and the other one is dynamic, then the fixator group of hip rotators can only be on one side. So it would be on the side that is static and fixed. So the kneeling leg, not the lifting leg. So again, for those who, you know, kind of it tripped up a little bit there, don't panic. The point here is I'm trying to elevate technical analysis, communication, vocabulary and skill all at the same time. And again, if it's just that sort of what we tend to have within our education is often there's a bit of spoon feeding and there's a bit of throwaway and assumption. And what I want to do is really iron all of that out and help you feel more technically advanced in what you're looking at, and that raises your confidence. That leg is still, it's not moving, it's got to be a fixator, and then the fixator is static and it will be crossing the joint, but it's not crossing the moving joint, Omar. So the moving joint is the one where we talk about the dynamic stabilizers, which are the next ones that we looked at. And the ones that cross the moving joint will be dynamic stabilizers. So the names fixator and dynamic stabilizer kind of tell you what they're going to be doing. So if you look at the body and think, well, that side's not moving, that's got to be a fixator group. That side's moving, that's going to be dynamic or prime mover or antagonist. So your dynamic stabilizers are the hype rotators, rotators, adductors, abductors, and spine extensors. So we've got spine extensors in dynamic and fixing. They can't be doing both. So just to reiterate and come back to the move, and I'll run through this again for you, so that again you can see what the responses are. And again, why? So what we've got to work out is why we think something is a fixator or dynamic, or what it's doing. So prime movers extensors because it's hip extension. Antagonists to the hip flexors because it's hip flexion. Fixators, shoulders definitely, because I told you shoulders aren't moving. Spine is static, so the entire spine is fixator. So the extensors are fixators, not dynamic. The dynamic stabilizers are going to be in this moving hip. So it's going to be the ab and adductors and rotators, because they are the ones that are still moving but not offering prime mover or antagonist movement. And the opposite hip is also fixing because it's not moving, to control the movement. So we understand if someone's movement is not looking as it should, we may understand better when or where, sorry, it's coming from, or what should be happening during that movement. So hopefully that all makes sense. So the last one I want to do with you is we're now going to look at something a little bit more, a little bit different. So I'm going to show you the move first. What I'd like you to do is listen really carefully, because I'm going to tell you all the answers in lay language, and then you're going to tell me the answers in a technical language. So the movement is, I'm going to stand on this leg. This leg is not moving. This leg is hanging in space and not contributing. The movement I'd like you to observe and analyze is a hip hitch. It is pure frontal plane hip hitch. So before I release the pole, what I would like you to do first, can you tell me joint action or actions first? So tell me what you think the joint action or actions are first in a hip hitch. So I told you the standing leg, that was the one I was standing on, that wasn't moving. The hanging leg was kind of hanging, and then I lift the hip. So can you tell me if you saw a joint action or some joint actions, and if so, what did you see? So I need to know which side, because you can't just tell me ab or adduction. I need to know, was it the static leg or the standing leg or the lifting leg? Because you've got two hips. So which one is doing what? Or is it the same? So let's have a look. So we've got adduction, we've got ab and adduction, hip abduction, lateral flexion, lumbar spine, spine, lateral flexion on lifting side, lifting leg, what? Sorry, if you can complete the sentence, sorry, because I know I'm jumping down with lots of answers. Standing leg abduction, lateral flexion, lifting side, what? Sorry, just repeat that, John, Debbie. That's all right, just to put it all together. Omar, lifting leg hip abduction. Standing leg abduction. So we've got lifting leg abduction, standing leg abduction, lifting leg hip abduction. Interesting. Lifting leg spinal lateral flexion. So we've got, I think we've predominantly got two actions here. The question is more around which hip is doing the abduction, I think. And Michelle, thank you so much for saying that, because I want to encourage you all to have the confidence, as Michelle has, to say when you don't know. It's the best way to learn. So don't panic, we're going to go through it all. Best guess, Russell. So is he lifting side? What is he? Lifting side. So we've got two actions going on here. So we've got spine lateral flexion, is what you're all seeing, and hip abduction, but there's a little debate on whether it's the lifting side or the standing side. So I'm going to go through this in a moment, don't panic. Anything else? Because if you get the two actions, then the agonist-antagonist questions should be much easier. So that's why I wanted you to always focus on the joint action first and then look at the rest. So we're going to do these first two before I get you to move on. And then I'll release the poll. Oh dear. Right, okay, so let me just talk it through again. Oh, you can see my doggy out there with my my man. All right, so listen carefully and have a look. So I want you to imagine you're looking at my skeleton. So here's the pelvis, the femur and the spine. So you're challenged because you've got clothes and skin and muscles all over the top. So I want you to try and visualize my skeleton. So I'm going to stand on this leg. This leg is hanging. And so effectively what we're looking at in the standing leg to here is standing leg, hip, abduction. Because I told you this one wasn't doing anything. So this hip joint is not contributing to movement. Bear with me and I'll carry on with the next one. So the joint angle between my pelvis and my femur is getting bigger because my standing leg hip abductors are abducting the leg away from the pelvis. Rather than this, I'm doing this. So it's the same joint action, but we're looking at it differently. Now, the reason some of you thought of this movement, this hip as acting or being active, is not because of a hip action, because I told you this leg is hanging, but actually because the spine lateral flexors are lifting the hip. So the action you're looking at here is, in this hanging leg side, is spine lateral flexion. So your two joint actions are standing leg hip abduction, while the spine lateral flexor on the opposite side hitch the hip. Hopefully that makes sense. Is that okay, guys? Does that make sense visually? Just let me know that's clear. Fabulous. Because we've got to think technically, anatomically what's happening. So to say hip elevation or that hip's moving, the hip's moving, but why is the hip moving? It's not moving because the hip is active because I took the leg away from the floor. It's moving because the spine is lifting. Yeah, I know, Charlotte, when you first go back through it, but then is it obvious for you now that we've run through it in that way? Brilliant. So I'm going to screen share in launch into my poll questionnaire. I'm going to go on the internet and I'm going to put it in and ask how you pronounce it. You know, they have them enunciation websites. So now what we're going to be looking at is, hopefully you've got the answers right for those first two. What joint actions are occurring in the hip hitch? So what are the prime movers? That should be easy now, hopefully. What's the antagonists? And fixators and dynamic stabilizers. I'll let you loose on those for a second, see what you think. And then we will be having a break after this, guys, but we just want to run through all of this, so don't panic. I'm going to fry your brains and then let you loose. So let me know what you think. Have a little look at that quiz and then I'll confirm the answers. You can see the poll, can't you, Robbie? Oh, brilliant, that's all right. Everyone's kind of going like that and nothing's happening at my end. Everyone's thinking. I think it must only come through at my end when you've all, when you've finished your answers, and when you finish your answers, it disappears from your end. I think that looks like it's the way it works. So hip hitching. I'm not sure why, Alison. I don't know if it's, are you on your phone? I have found that doing these kind of things on my phone is more limited or limiting. And Izzy's having the same issue. Right, I really don't know. I'm so sorry. If you want to write your answers in here, if you want to take part, I know, Alison, you'll have done this before, but Izzy, if you want to write yours in, then feel free. Yeah, I think you're right, Douglas. I think all the issues we have online, visually and everything else, it's helpful to us then when you put your business online to understand what we need to have in place. Yeah, that's brilliant, Izzy. Thanks for that. Okay. So the joint actions: hip abduction, standing leg; hip rotation, standing leg; spine lateral flexion. So your 2 joint actions are standing leg, hip abduction, lateral flexion on the lifting hip, spine lateral flexion. There's no rotation. I might have rotated a bit trying to demo, but hopefully I did say pure frontal plane, so rotation would be a transverse plane. Prime movers, abductors, spine lateral flexors on the opposite side, perfect. Antagonist, hip adductors on the standing leg, yes. Not the hip adductors on the hanging leg. We talked about the hanging leg is not doing anything, it's just hanging. It's not active, it's not contributing to the movement. But the spinal lateral flexors on the standing leg side are the antagonists, because the ones on the opposite side of the standing leg, they're lifting the hip, they're active, they're agonistic. And spine flexors won't be antagonists either, because these spine flexors are not in the frontal plane, unless you meant lateral flexors, but you did have a different response for that answer. Fixators, interesting. Woo, okay. I guess you only had the options of the ones I gave you. All the right answers are in there, so I'm going to run through all of that with you now before I let you go. Have a breather. Okay. Trying to decipher the scribble from the workshop. Guessing a bit, that's fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk you through it all, Russell and everybody else. So let's run through what the answers are. So some are sort of talking about how helpful it is to go through this visually. So I'll do it with you again. Okay. So if I stand on this leg, hang this leg, this hip isn't contributing to movement. The prime movements are standing leg, hip, abduction, opposite side, spine lateral flexion. So the antagonists must be the spine lateral flexors on the opposite side and the adductors of the standing leg on the opposite side. They're the muscles getting longer over those 2 joint actions. Okay? Fixators can only be the isometric muscles that are below the knee, where your ankle is fixed, so you're not dorsiflexing or plantar flexing. So the ankle is fixed, so calf, tibs, sorry, I can't say that, dorsiflexors, plantar flexors. If we come above the knee, we would need to understand the anatomy, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But let's say the fixators are all below the knee. Some are above the knee, but some of the ones above the knee do cross the hip, so they would be dynamic stabilizers, which is what we're going to do next. So bear with me, guys. Fixators definitely knee down, static leg. There aren't fixators anywhere else because there's nothing to fix to. So upper body, you know, hanging leg is not, it's not a fixator because it's not fixing anything. So fixators can only be in the leg that I told you at the very beginning. This is the leg, it's not moving. I kind of gave you a little clue in there. Dynamic stabilizers can only be crossing these two areas, because these are the moving areas, but they're not going to be the abductors, flexors, adductors. Adductors. I'm looking at it's an opposite, it's not a mirror, so I'm the other way around, doing extructor right and left. Your dynamic stabilizers have to cross the dynamic hip. So it's going to be the flexors, extensors, and rotators of the standing leg while this hip abducts. The other dynamic stabilizers are going to be the flexors and extensors of the spine that is laterally flexing. So Russell, I'm going to go into that detail right now, because I'm now going to demonstrate, before I let you have a break, I'm now going to explain to you why I'm not talking about muscles at this point. If we go above the knee, what are the quadriceps in this sort of analysis? Are they prime movers, antagonists, fixators, dynamic stabilizers? What are the quads? What are the knee extensors? Type your answers in the chat box. So Russell, would you say that they are fixators? So Russell says they're fixators. Okay, great. Anybody else want to offer an answer? What are the quads or the knee extensors in a hip hitch on the standing leg? Excuse me. Only Russell wants to have a go. Doug says fixators. Charlotte says stabilizers. So are they fixators or dynamic, Charlotte? Everyone's saying fixators. John says dynamic. Robbie says come on, abductor. It's when you type quickly, I think. So what we've got is either fixators or dynamic stabilizers. Yes, Charlotte. Okay, now we're talking. So the answer is both. How can one group of muscles be both a fixator and a dynamic stabilizer? This is where, unless you know your anatomy, it gets more grey and wishy-washy. Exactly, Karen. So if you remember your quads, and we're only going to talk about the 4 quads here. So vastus lateralis, so the quadricep on the outside of the thigh, vastus medialis on the mid-thigh or the inside of the thigh, intermedius only cross the knee, which is a static joint. They don't cross the hip. So they are definitely fixators, including those, Alison, yeah. However, your rec fem or rectus femoris crosses the knee into the patella tendon, and yes, Michelle, and up to the AIIS, I believe. So it is dynamic at the hip. So this is where simplifying movement analysis, if you look at people and try and think in muscles, unless you are nailing your anatomy knowledge, is going to be really complex. When you're just trying to help a client through a screen at home to move better, forget the muscles. Actually, in real life, forget the muscles, just for a little while. Look at their movement. Do they flex? Do they extend? Do they rotate? How does that look in terms of their overall quality of movement? So analysing it and understanding, yes, Michelle, and understanding, do they flex at the hip, the knee? Do they abduct? So for example, your typical legs, bums, tums class, where you get them to do that side-lying hip abduction leg raise. If you've ever seen that, done that, or tried it, very often people will drop back and lift with the hip flexors, not the abductors. So you're saying keep your hip stacked. So one of the coaching cues there, for example, knee valgus is another thing that we see when somebody's lunging or squatting, the knee goes in and you're saying keep your knee out. It may actually be telling us there is something about the muscles that are supposed to be dynamically stabilizing or a prime mover. They're not actually contributing in the way we want them to for that movement. So to understand the movement first, can they do it? And then understand, well, what does that muscle group play within that actual activity? Can I consider that and understand it better to then help them move better and exercise them and so on. Some of that stuff you'll be doing instinctively, but technically maybe not really either able to vocalize it, or you understand it in a simplistic sense, a superficial sense. Well, I know it works, but I don't know quite why. What I'm trying to give you is the ability to come down to a simplistic level and become very technically advanced in both your thinking, your vocabulary, and then ultimately your application. And so we can get really technical, Michelle, in that sense, and understanding that side of things. But at the moment, I want to really simplify it so that when we do start to get maybe into more technical debates, we can do that in an anatomical vocabulary that starts to allow us to practice the antagonists, the flexors, the extensors, the rotators. They were positive, they were negative, you know, and it really enhances then our confidence in communication and understanding. Because it would be a real challenge to say your rec fem doesn't work. That would be a challenge, because you don't know that, because you don't know where their rec fem is, you don't know how much that contributes in that person and their attachments and their bony prominences and the way they move, because their movement is a gross movement. But you know if they can flex or extend, because you can see it, you can prove it, and you can say extrinsically they're flexing or extending or not. Intrinsically, it's a challenge. And so to be able to have these tests that we're doing from yesterday, the quality of the movement, do they laterally flex? Do they flex at the spine? You know, do they rotate, keeping it nice and simple? And then if they don't, what does that mean in terms of movement? And then, of course, this kind of level of understanding of breaking movement down into single joints. What's that joint doing? What's that joint doing? And what does that mean? It can really enhance later on as we do gain confidence, start speaking this vocabulary. Talking to another professional becomes super exciting because we're on that same page and wavelength. They're going to listen more as well. And definitely in bodybuilding, in symmetry, Michelle, which is where I always found it interesting, working with the bodybuilders and the kind of sculpting of symmetry on people who I suspected were genetically or their geometry wasn't symmetrical. How do we work with, the normal when intrinsically we think they may be not? And so the guys, the unassisted bodybuilder types who their genetics are really, and by the way, everybody who's watching, I think this is helpful to everybody. If you get an opportunity to go to a bodybuilding competition, you really should go. You don't have to like bodybuilding as a sport necessarily, but the anatomy lesson is mind-blowing. When you get 10 guys, 4% body fat, all doing a lat spread or a double bicep, and all of their lats attached differently, it literally shows you the challenges you're faced with when you try and think in muscles. If you're trying to think intrinsically, you do want to think like that, like as well, but when it comes to movement and application of how you coach a client in movement, we simplify it first, then layer in, and then obviously this kind of thinking comes into play. Does that all make sense? Hopefully that's given you something to chew on a little bit when you go back and look at the exercises you're giving to clients. Just one question that I'm going to ask you to think about before I let you go, and then when you come back you can let me know what you think the answer is. When do you think we might use a hip hitch? When is a hip hitch a functional movement, if at all? So let me know, have a think. We're going to have a 15-minute break, and then we're going to get into some core progressions. So have a write down of any questions you've got. Let me know when you might use a hip hitch. Nice, Doug, that's all right. Specifically, what action do we use the hip hitch for? Why is that of any interest? Doesn't seem very functional on its own, does it? So 15 minutes, I'll see you back here at 11:45. I'm going to pause the recording. So Karen, if you don't mind, remind me and I'll put it back on. See you after the break. And we are back again. Get positioned. So I find it, I'm actually, you know when you're not looking at yourself in a mirror, so everything's on the opposite side, and I find it really weird when I'm trying to demonstrate. I don't know if I can change that, if anybody knows. I'm just trying to see if there's a setting where I can be a mirror image. I don't know if anybody knows that. Alan, welcome. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened there, my friend. Anything that you've missed, obviously, is going to be on the recording, or we can have a chat after today if you want to. I can run through some of that stuff, mate. Yeah, so just trying to work out if... go to video settings. Video settings on Zoom. Oh, right, okay. Virtual background, video settings. Ah, brilliant. Thanks, Russell. You're amazing. Big virtual hugs. Got it. Now I'm a mirror. He's on that side, not over there. That feels so less disconcerting. Thank you for that. Okay. Okay, we're back. So, first question. When, how, and why might you, if you would, use a hip hitch? What's the point in me kind of pausing to keep your focus on a hip hitch? So, Alan, we were doing some movement analysis of a hip hitch. So you stand on one leg, lift the other leg off the floor and hitch. So pure frontal plane. And what we talked about was breaking down the joint actions, and then what's the agonists, the antagonists, fixators and dynamic stabilizers, didn't we, guys? So we had a poll, we had some quizzes and questions. So when would you use a hip hitch? So I've only got one response, so I'm going to give you all a moment. Let's just see if we're all back in. I think we're all here. I love your photo, Russell. Brilliant. Why would you use a hip hitch? So we've got step ups, getting in and out of the car. Anything else? To balance the hips? Yes. Running. Reaching up into a cupboard. Not a clue. Love those answers. That's fine. So if you imagine the gait cycle, so what I've demonstrated is an exaggeration of what happens every time you take a step. So for your foot to clear the floor and step forwards, your lateral flexors are going to lift your hip slightly, and then you're going to flex, obviously, and then you're going to take the foot down. And what's happening on the other leg is the same. You've got that little bit of abduction, lateral flexion, and then when you hit the floor, it reverses to the other side. Yeah. So as Omar was saying just before the, I'll do this just for you, Omar. Just before we went away, you know, if you imagine as you walk, what you've got is through the gait cycle, a hitch, abduction, down. So your Beyonce would be an exaggerated version. And the idea is that those hip abductors are working as co-contractors with the lateral flexors to both lift and then stabilize as the foot hits the floor, the body weight going down through the pelvis, the foot, the leg, etc. So the body weight over the hip, and sort of that balancing act. And so the hip hitch exercise is a fantastic exercise for people who are coming out of that pelvis and spine phase. So if you think about QL in terms of the tests we did yesterday, we did the gliding, and actually the hip hitch would be a safe and functional based exercise to really help your QL muscle be active under load, rather than using dumbbells and side bending, which is quite different in terms of the way it compresses onto the spine. So a hip hitch, is a really good way. You could do that standing on a step, for example, so with one leg hanging off, standing on the step here, and then just letting the hip drop and lift. And again, you see I'm rotating a bit. That's not my best hip. That's going to go the other way. So that you've got that kind of almost real active. Actually, it doesn't matter if you rotate a little bit, because that's going to happen when you walk as well. There's this kind of idea of puristic planes and lines, and the body doesn't work like that. So I often play, even with strength-based exercise, so it's hip hitching. I might even alter position a little bit, or even swing that leg out. I've tried some dynamic hip hitching where you jump and lift. So John, for example, with runners, things like that, that can get quite interesting. Or even doing the step up that Charlotte was talking about, coming up, lift, hitch, and abduct that top leg and back down. And you get these quite interesting different patterns going on. So you look at a hip hitch as an exercise and think, well, that's not very functional. When are you going to stand and do that? Other than down the discos. But actually, in terms of moving, we really want to understand a very small version of the hip hitch is what should happen when we walk. So if you see a runner, like one of the guys was saying about runners, like Hazel, I think, and you see that hip drop, if the abductors aren't strong enough, that actually can create a weak link through the chain or the body, and vice versa from the feet. So hip hitching is a brilliant, simple, safe technique. And again, you can do this at home. They don't need any kit necessarily, but they're going to feel it. I mean, if you stand on one leg now and do 20 hip hitches, you'll know exactly which muscles are the prime movers, so or where they are in your body. So any questions from anything we've covered so far? So Alan, you've come in at the perfect time, because we're just going to move into the second layer of the pyramid, if you like. So yesterday we covered the pelvis and spine, function, capacity, preparation. We're now coming into this second layer. So we've been talking a little bit about controversial issues, and we went through some movement analysis techniques, just simplifying down to, bring it up for Alan, just to sort of see what we've been talking about. So looking at different movements like sideline hip abduction, prone kneeling hip extension, and the hip hitch, we're just going to be talking about. What would be the agonists, the antagonists, fixators, and dynamic stabilizers, so breaking it down. So hopefully that was helpful. And I know for some it might be a little bit sticky to begin with, but I want to encourage you to talk to each other in that vocabulary. Clients, to some degree, they understand rotation, flexion, extension, but in terms of looking at the moving, I think try some of that out. Or just when you probably do it anyway, you know, when you watch people walking and one foot's turned out, and I always try and work out, is that the foot, the knee, or the hip? So having a little play with movement analysis, even day to day, can be quite good fun. So we've been talking about sort of controversial issues. I'm just coming in because I've got a little quick question coming through, I think, or a comment. I'll run through that now, Hazel. So this is for everybody, for Alan and for Hazel, who's just asked for it. In the hip hitch, you ready? The two joint actions are standing leg hip abduction, lifting hip lateral flexors or lateral flexion. Prime movers are the hip abductors on the standing leg, lateral flexors on the opposite side. The antagonists are the opposite lateral flexors to the other side, so on the standing leg, and the adductors of the standing leg. The fixators are definitely below the knee of the standing leg. The three vastus quads, so some of the knee extensors and the same at the hip, but not all of the thigh muscles are fixators. Some are dynamic. So we say the knee down. Plantar flexors, dorsiflexors, pronators and supinators, they're all going to be fixers. The dynamic stabilizers are going to be the moving joints, the flexors of the hip, flexors of the spine, extensors of the hip, extensors of the spine, and the rotators of the standing leg, hip, and the rotators of the spine. They're the dynamic stabilizers because they're moving, they're crossing the moving joint, but they're not the prime movers or the antagonists. So hopefully that's helpful, Hazel. You're very welcome. And I think when you appreciate we've just done single joint and 1-2 joint movement, analysed it, and it was all a bit, ooh, yeah, it's really just, don't put too much pressure on yourself when you're watching somebody lunging with a twist and you're trying to work out what's going wrong. I mean, to think in muscles is almost detrimental, I think, to A, finding a solution, and B, our confidence in knowing what we're looking at. You know it doesn't look right. Let's break it down and make it simple. Is it flexing, flexion, extension, etc.? So we're now going to talk about myths. Now, some of these myths are as old as I am, so you may have never heard of them. However, just to give you examples of the history of exercise and understanding of things. So many, many years ago, in the military in particular, we used to do straight legs. Sorry, not we, I wasn't in the military, but I was around 30 years ago, doing sit-ups, which is basically lying flat on the back, supine, hinging at the hip, to lift a long lever, your body, if you like, with a skull on the end, which is around about 4 pounds. And so the load going through the spine has been shown to be 3,500 newtons of compression. Now, you might wonder, well, what does that mean? How does that translate? So when we talk about newtons of compression in this setting, if you take the last zero away and replace the N symbol with a kg, it's about 350 kilos, which then really makes you think, wow, that's quite a lot of force. But again, so what? Stuart McGill, who's a world leader in spine biomechanics, he's written some fantastic books. He's done studies on pig spines, to be fair. It's a bit controversial to use human spines. But on pig spines, he's studied their capacity under load and found that comparatively they are similar to human spines. We can take around 2,400 or 500 newtons of compression before we start to break down. You're not going to break with 1 rep. You're not going to break with a couple of reps. But if you do that over and over and over again, that's where the sort of combination of reps, load, force becomes too much potentially. So there's no good reason for doing a straight leg sit-up. It's pure hip flexion. So we talked earlier about the hip flexors attached to the lumbar spine. That is a massive shear force trying to lift the head and the body away from the floor. So there were people that said, well, if you bend your knees and take the hip flexors out of it and then sit up. So if you try and do that, that's actually even harder, because what you've done is you've just shortened the hip flexors that are the muscles you're asking to lift your body away from the floor. So if you want to have a go right now whilst I'm talking to you, lie down, only if you're safe and haven't got any issues, lie down straight, do a sit-up, and then bend your knees and try and do a sit-up. A sit-up is hip flexion. So the idea of bending the knees to shorten the hip flexors or take them out of it was actually the wrong thing to do. It actually increased the load or the effort to lift the body. And so it's actually worse. So Jucker et al. Did that research. It increases the psoas force. So we had these weird ways of looking at things because we didn't know a lot back then. We know a little bit more now. But certainly when it comes to the gym balls, they've now found their way, or the big, you know, the big, they call them Swiss balls, or they come from the rehabilitation setting, and they've now made their way into our facilities. And so we need to understand, well, what do they do? What is the point of a gym ball? Well, the purpose of using a gym ball is to destabilize you. Well, let's just think about that for a minute. Yeah. Now, 30 years ago, I had my Catherine Cullen Level 2 Stability Ball qualification certificate. I was the ab queen, and I was getting everybody on stability balls. They've got a weak ball, right? Let's get them onto a stability ball. The problem is, if you're putting somebody who's already unstable onto an unstable surface, you're just increasing the muscular effort and the compressive load. So think about who you might be putting and the point at which you put them onto an unstable surface. So the biggest demographics that are using those pieces of equipment are the elderly and the pregnant. So we need to be mindful of how they're being used. I'm not talking about a pregnant lady rolling around, waiting to give birth and using it as a comfort tool. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about it as a core stability training tool by taking away stability to challenge the core. Actually, with those demographics, let's get them able to control the core on a fixed, flat, solid surface first. Otherwise, we need to consider there's an increase in muscle activity to stabilize the spine. That doubles the muscular effort, correspondingly doubling the spinal compression. So we just need to be aware of what it means, when to use it, who with, and at the right time. So we're not saying don't use them. We're saying, again, it's about that tissue tolerance. I talked about learning a lot from Tim Gabbett about tissue tolerance, and that is where people can potentially get injured or hurt. So let's build them up slowly, and there will be a point we're going to talk about today when we can bring out our gym balls and definitely use those qualifications. So absolutely, but I'm not just talking about, you've got to think about the setting. I'm talking about using it for stability, core stability training specifically. And then another very fashionable move these days is this cable chopping action, this top image, and the idea of twisting. And we see people, you know, with a big load, really trying to press that load through the cables, for example, to, I think, strengthen the core. And really what we want to understand is that kind of high level of load is really about hypertrophy. And we don't really want thick waists. I know Michelle will be agreeing with me here that in bodybuilding, you really want that V taper. You want that narrower waist. You don't want huge oblique muscles kind of thickening the waist, which heavy rotation work could potentially do. There's also the idea that it can cause pain. However, low load through a full range could be helpful to certain sports, so golf or rotation sports, or even a high load. You've seen the Palloff training. Are you familiar with Palloff? With the band at a very low level of range with a more increased load could enhance weak links in your rotation strength. But a high load through a big range, I think that's when there's a little more risk. And then we've got the back extension exercise. So I think this is known, the middle image with the lady on it with the grey shorts, is known as a GHD or a glute ham developer, I think. And this, if you imagine her when she is relaxed, she's in hip flexion. And so to lift her head, she's doing pure hip extension. It's a great hip extensor exercise. However, we must be mindful that the example you're looking at here with no weights in her hand, she's not hyperextending. This example alone has a measurement of 4,000 newtons of compression going through the spine. That's 400 kilos. So it's understanding the person in front of you, the risk, and again, we're not necessarily doing these kind of things right now, but understand what the research tells us about force and load, the person in front of us, and what would be safe and appropriate at the right time. And then you've got your Superman at the bottom, 6,000 newtons of compression. So this, I know, is a technique that was in a franchise program that I still enjoy delivering. And actually having both ends of the body coming up away from the floor in that prone Superman, your facet joints are approximating, so that hyperextension holds risk, but 600 kilos. And my understanding is that that's through the apex of the spine. That's probably quite a lot or too much for a lot of people when you think people are just coming to us for improved movement and a bit of strength. Now, a high jumper may actually, if their sport requires high velocity, speed and strength through those spine extensors, that might be different, but they know the risk. Ethel, who comes into our Pilates class or our little online, movement class, it's a high risk move in terms of load. 1 or 2, fine. Couple of weeks, fine. Over time, over and over again, I think there's more risk. We need to be mindful of that. So I'm not saying don't do these, or just be mindful of what the research tells us about load. Hopefully that makes sense. So core stability training, when should we do it? So there's a question. Well, if you think about our pyramid and where we are now in terms of, we've done the preparation, we've got them moving and level around the hips and the spine. We're now coming into stability and control. So when should we do core training? Probably when they're ready for it would be the first response. But also understand you cannot stop someone using their trunk. If they've got children or jobs or they move around, they're going to be using the trunk to some degree. So what I'm talking about here is we may regress them a little bit and pull back on specific core stability training temporarily while we get that sort of normalization, if you like, of the pelvis and the spine in that first layer or phase. Does that make sense? Because I'm aware that some of you will potentially be Pilates teachers or be teaching core training. We may want to modify it, and hopefully what we look at next will be helpful in terms of what and when and how we can apply it in. But really, we want them to be ready for it. There's no good strengthening the core if those hip flexors or QL are positive, because they're not going to do their bit. If you remember Bergmark's model on stability, then we need to be mindful of that. So hopefully that makes sense. So there are 3 in our full program, on the full Biomechanics Coach Diploma program, which I know most of you are on. There are 3 steps to the stability and control phase. All right, so we're going to look at steps 1 and 3 because you can use those online. Step 2, potentially, but it would be a challenge, so I'm going to leave that out just for now. But it is, you can go and have a research of it. It's Stuart McGill's work on core isometric ratios. But just for the purpose of what we can do with clients, I thought that you would really benefit, or your service online would benefit from step 1 and 2 in terms of the tests and the modality. So we're going to focus on those. So step 1 is all about understanding, sorry, I'll just go back, the 3 phases of step 1. Can you engage the core? Can your client engage the core? Can they engage it maximally? And then can they control it? And we can test and monitor and then prescribe exercises based on what we can see on our classroom online or our service online. So to be able to do that, we need to start testing whether they have awareness or capacity coming out of that first tier. So what I'm going to ask you to do is, can I get you all to stand up? Just going to come out of there for a second. Let's get you all standing. You've got it in your book, Doug. It'll be in your diploma manual. Okay. So first of all, what we can start to do, and I think one of the biggest problems with our clients is they think of their core as the 6-pack section. So this way of communicating with them online, I think, is helpful proprioceptively and understanding that this is also a part of their core. All right. So what I'm going to ask you to do is the very pads of your fingertips is place them either side of your spinous processes onto the meaty part of your erectors and your multifidus. So in here, and then I want you to stand up straight so that they kind of feel soft. And then as you tip forwards, you should feel that they go harder as they contract to stop you falling over. So having your client stand upright and then tip and stand, they start to both proprioceptively and comprehensively, if that's a word, appreciate and understand there is an entire sort of trunken unit that is involved in core control. We're also going to use the back when we're going to get them to test their own core in a moment. And we could also, when we get back to face-to-face, we could also help put our hands on them. So one of the things I want you to try as well is when you do this, what I want you to do is we're going to practice 2 techniques and an old school theory many years ago. I don't know if you remember the Green Goddess. I think she's back around, isn't she, with Mr. Motivator? Anybody remember those guys? Yeah, Mr. Motivator is exactly the same as he was 30 years ago. I met him last year at Blackpool in his leotard. He's about 70 odd now. Amazing guy. So what we want to make sure clients understand is how to brace. So I want you to come back up to standing. Try this technique. Make sure you can feel the difference. Help the client understand that. And then what we used to do first of all is what we used to do to stabilize our trunk, and we used to hollow. So we used to suck in, zip it, and then we used to splat the grape on the floor. But we just want you to hollow, but I want you to do that while you feel what these muscles do. So without tipping forwards, I want you to stand up and then suck in and hollow. And that is an old school method. That's how some older clients may perceive engaging the core, is to suck in, to brace, to hollow. That's not what we want to do. We want them to brace. Now, bracing is quite different. Bracing is almost as if you're going to take a punch to the stomach. But when you coach them to soft here and then brace, get them to feel without tipping forwards, can they brace and get those back muscles to fire up? So as you stand, if you relax first, fingertips in, and then brace, and without moving, can they get the same sensation they had when they were actually tipping forwards? And so that's quite a nice way of cueing and coaching clients to understand sort of bracing and hollowing and that difference. So I'm just going to close the curtain. My dog wants to get in. Bear with me. So any questions on the bracing? My apologies, sorry. I haven't got the manual in front of me. I'm sorry, Doug, if that's what you meant. It can be, Michelle, the feeling can be minimal, and that could be potentially that they are presently inhibited, or you are inhibited around this area from lifestyle or dysfunction. If you remember, we're assuming that we have come out of that first level. If you haven't yet improved pelvic function, QLs, lumbar mobility, it may be that what you're feeling in terms of not a huge amount of difference when you brace, that actually we need to prepare you better first. So having a back injury, yeah, and I think we've got to take into account when a client has previously had injuries or back issues, there's going to be potentially more changes in terms of, I'm assuming that there's no pathology now, you're moving okay. So again, what we're doing at that low level is really important to stimulate and prepare and proprioceptively start to get the messaging from the brain to the muscles about how much tone to apply, excuse me, to the across that joint. And we're basically reprogramming a reflex, hopefully. So if you've had an injury or maybe had an extensor dominant training program for a long period of time, you've been working on glutes or something, and so your flexor strength is down in the ratios, that type of thing, this can show or feel or be apparent. Or, Michelle, it's just maybe on your body type or the way you present, you don't get, like some other people may get, a really obvious dense feeling through those erectors, and others maybe not, or maybe it's just the first time you've felt that. Yes, McGill is, he's the guard in terms of spine and core concepts. Yeah, we're going to do some of that later. And if you want to, if you want a really great book, Stuart McGill wrote a book called Ultimate Back Fitness and Performance. So he's written a couple of clinical low back pain books that a lot of the lay people were reading. So he deliberately wrote Ultimate Back Fitness and Performance for the lay people. So he's done about 750 odd studies on the spine's capacity under load. And he's really the go-to guy in the biomechanics world and the human movement world of spine biomechanics, what it's capable of, what it's able to tolerate. And he's done a lot of research. As I said, he uses pig spines, which are about the closest to ours, to understand those numbers. So comparatively, it does compare in terms of the research he's done. So definitely go and check out his book. He also does some videos on YouTube about testing hips and squatting. I'm just going to read through, there's some posts in here. Doug, do you mean the Stuart McGill core ratio stuff? Because it's in your manual. It won't be in this because we're not covering it on the online piece. But yes, the book is definitely worth it. Yeah, and so Michelle, so I think certainly if you're not feeling it a huge amount, unless you're really focused, then it's obviously going to be just a little bit of a time piece. So using that, the previous pelvis and spine stuff, I think could help for sure. Just running through some of these questions. Yes, Izzy, I can feel the back tighten as I brace, like a ring effect. Yes. Michelle, would the goal to be a stronger reaction? The goal, as in every, fundamentally our role, and I've just take aside the fact that you train bodybuilders or you are a bodybuilder, or, you know, everyone has their specialism, but fundamentally, collectively, our goal is function and movement with every client, whether it's weight loss, whether they want to be a competitive bodybuilder, whether they're a runner, or whether they just want to move better. The foundation of all of that is just function and movement. In my experience of the clients I've worked with, when you get the function and movement in place, the muscle growth will occur, the hypertrophy will occur, the symmetry that they can achieve starts to play in, the weight loss starts to happen because they can move better, the knees hurt less. So if you make sure that even when they come to you with a certain goal, the foundation is always function and movement, and then the other stuff that they're trying to achieve, which might be hypertrophy, is more important. When you say a stronger reaction, if you mean kind of a more tense, not necessarily a more dense response or a thicker response, your body type, maybe you have small multifidi. Everyone's multifidus are small. Maybe your erectors. I don't know. There's so many things that would play into that. So not necessarily. Conceptually, I would do that test with you, Michelle, online as your biomechanics coach. I want to know, can you feel them engage? Oh, yes, I definitely can. Right. Can you now do that yourself by bracing? Because that's now going to play in what I'm going to ask you to do on the floor. Yes, I can. It's not as much, but I can feel it. Brilliant. That's fine. Let's go and lie down. So I wouldn't worry too much just yet. And certainly, as I keep saying, you need to get that first layer in place first, ready for the next section that we're going to do. Yeah, so don't worry too much. Any more questions on any of that? Okay. So I'm going to share my screen again. And then I'm going to come off and we're going to go through some practical stuff. So I'm going to get you joining in a second. I just want to talk about this just briefly before we do lie down. So being able to get them to do a standing abdominal brace on themselves would be helpful in terms of allowing them to understand. They can test their own back. Can it work? What does it feel like? And maybe, Michelle, you would be coaching them and they start to go, I can feel it even more this week. And that would be a great thing. But we don't want that to necessarily be their goal. It's down to what they're trying to achieve and understanding. As long as they can feel it, that's the important part. So I'm going to take you all through another iMoveFreely class session to do this next phase. Because if you remember, our 3 phases of step 1, stability and control, are, can you engage? Well, we've just tried that and hopefully you can. And if not, I would keep you there and keep coaching you. Step 2, can you engage maximally? So this is where, if you imagine doing 100% abdominal brace, we need to be mindful of intra-abdominal pressure on certain demographics. So most people should be fine. So we understand that the Valsalva effect may be detrimental to some demographics if they've got high blood pressure, for example. So you probably wouldn't do this. So this is where your online service, you need to be mindful of whatever we're doing. If we're not there to do our first aid, or to go through those things, we've got to be mindful. I would be more cautious. So if you're not sure, don't do it. So remember, when I'm coming from the examples of what I'm going to take you through, be sensible about your own health, but also think of it in translation to your clients. You may or may not do all of these. So as per the slide here, how much activation do we need to practice? Would we need to practice 100%? Because the steps say or suggest, can we engage maximally, and then can we control it? So what do you think? How much activation of the trunk should we practice? I'm going to ask you that now, throw it out there, and ask you, if you will, type your response into the chat box as to whether you think we should. No idea. Fantastic. That's not a problem, Hazel. That's what we're going to look at. So 60% Hazel's coming with. Let's move that out the way a minute. I don't know. Complete guess, slight contraction. Depends on what we need it for. Interesting. Anything else? 20% when not exercising. So this is an example of how much activation do we need? So then as coaches online, how much are we going to try to teach them? Do we do 20%? Do we teach them 100%? What do you think? 60%, a slight contraction. So 25%, 80%, so we don't fatigue too quickly when exercising, vary. So I would go with Karen's response, which is a variety. So everything you said, you are correct. Yay. However, I would consider trying all different levels. So I'm going to get you to do this with me in a moment. So I'm going to get you all lying on the floor. So you might want to move your iPad, your camera, or tilt the angle so that you can watch whilst we do this together, because I'm going to talk you all through it. 100% so they don't feel the difference, right? Okay. Enough so that the part that we don't want to move, they won't move. Yeah, I would agree with that. But let's just think of day to day. So as you stand and move around, probably at 10 or 15, maybe 20%. Yeah, just moving around, doing your stuff. So we're doing that quite a bit while we're dynamic. Then think about, all right, I'm going to bend over. And so I need to have, you know, a little bit more because I've got the weight of my head and the force of gravity. And then you think about picking up your toddler or shopping or moving the furniture or something like that. It's going to go up even more. And then you might think, well, what about a strength athlete, you know, 1 rep max? Or if you're going to do, I don't know, you're sorting the house out and you want to move the furniture and there's a really heavy piece of furniture you want to move, maybe we should practice that 100%, so that the body has the capacity or the memory of that. However, the way we're going to do it is about as safe as you can get, because when you're moving the furniture, you're at risk, you're on 1 foot, you're shuffling around. Whereas if we can train them the basics first and they have that capacity, then when they're moving around, there's some degree of sense or proprioception to that level of contraction. So all of them, yeah, depending on the load. That's right. That's right, you've got it. Exactly that, Louisa. So what I'm going to ask you all to do is now move your camera. So I'm going to shift onto the floor. I'm going to take you all through a series of core progressions. So we're going to do this together, like a little iMoveFreely session. I'm going to move my ring light so you can see me. It's relatively dark in here. I'll bring this down. I'm going to reposition down here. Okie dokie. So yeah, find a space, and I think as much as we're learning online, the more I can get you moving around, I think it's just easier on the grey matter when we can have a little go. So as long as you can see what I'm doing, I'm going to talk you through it. So have a lie down, guys, so you can just listen to my voice and you can look sideways at your lens if you like. So again, this might be a setting where if you are my, let's say you're my iMoveFreely class, or I might be doing a one-to-one session with you guys individually. So I'm going to get you lying down. So first of all, just get yourselves comfortable. This is known as the crook lying position. So in your handout or your PDFs, the crook lying is lying on the back of the knees bent. I think, as I said yesterday, I think it's a clinical term. Then what I'm going to ask you to do, I would ask you as clients, is if you can, get one or both of your hands, the fingertips, just into your natural lumbar curve and then relax. So I don't want you to kind of force the back down or up or anything like that. I just want you to stay in a relaxed position. So shoulders down if you can. And then what I'd like you to do is now start to do a brace to around about 40% of your trunk's maximal effort. But as you go into your brace, I'm going to do it as I'm talking to you, because 40% effort, I should, and I'm doing it now, should be able to speak to you. So I'm just tapping my tummy so you can see I'm doing this with you. Without the pressure on the fingertips increasing or decreasing. So as you encourage a client to go, right, I want you to brace 40%. So I'm doing that right now. And my erectors or my spine is not pressing down or lifting off. And then just get them to relax. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk you through different percentages. Just relax again. And you can use all your cues, pelvic floor, whatever else it is you want to cue in, that's fine. We're going to go up to 50%. So I'm going to do this with you. And I'm doing it as I'm speaking. So I'm going a little bit harder than I was last time. So it's about half of your maximum effort. And again, you may feel those erectors engage. So we did it in standing. So this is now lying flat on the back. So neuromuscularly, this is a nice, simple and easy, loads of feedback, and then just relax and let it go. All right, so I've let mine go as well now. So that's nice and relaxed again. And then we're going to go to 60%. So what we're doing is we're starting to help the client appreciate, as some of you were saying in your little chat box comments, going to 60%. So you can hear it's starting to interfere with my speech because I'm bracing that bit harder. So the intra-abdominal pressure, and then we let it go. But at all times, we want to coach them to sense that the spine shouldn't press down or lift away. And so their spine, or their trunk muscles are naturally stabilizing the spine in a still position, in a very safe and easy posture. All right, 70%, you ready? So take a breath. Pelvic floor, relax the shoulders, start to gradually increase the tension, bracing, 70%, no movement onto the fingers, and then when you feel ready, we start to let it go. And again, I like to train them that rather than let it go, I try and train them to go, I think Charlotte was mentioning it earlier, creep it up and then creep it down, and that kind of controlling of the lifting and lowering we're going to use when we start to add in a challenge, bugs on drugs or whatever you want to call it. So 80% next. Are you ready for this one? Okay, so relax, breathe. 80% is going to be quite intense for some, so I'm going to start to bring my 80% up, so it's going to start to interfere with what I'm saying, and that's 80%, so I've still got a little room at the top end, but I'm going to hold it and then slowly start to let it go, but my spine is staying nice and still, and as the pressure comes away, you can hear it happening in my speech. You all right out there? All right, so the point here is, if you cannot control your spine as we take it up the next levels, if you want to carry on with this, then you would stop there, you would practice, the client would practice that. That is their core training right now. If you're still in and you're happy to, we're going to go to 90% on this next one and then finally 100%. So obviously we're not going to be able to hold the breath for as long. And at the top end, we will be holding the breath. That's the idea of considering your demographics. So here we go, 90%. Going up to 90, and I can feel the erectors really pressing in my hand. And then start to let it go again. So I could have held it for longer, but I wanted to talk to you. So, and again, with a client you would coach, duration is obviously dependent on how you feel is right with them, but not too long on these higher ends. Do you want to try 100%? If you want to, have a go. If you don't, that's fine. You can listen. And again, 100%, and 100% go would be as hard as you can. So imagine someone can drop something onto your tummy right now and your spine would not move, and then gradually start to let it go, and then you can just sit yourselves up for a second. Good. So what you will feel there, and what I really like about this, particularly online with clients, is the safety factor and then the intensity factor. So you can work, somebody who can work really hard safely, or somebody that you're concerned about their ability and working with them online really safely, while you see where their break point is, or the point at which they're starting to struggle, or they say, can't do that, or that I'm pressing down on my spine, or I'm starting to lift. So we can really keep them static, allow them to test themselves with their hands. That's quite empowering as well for them, which I think is a big part of what we should be doing, both face-to-face and online. But does that make sense? So we can work really hard, like really hard, without moving, flat on the back. And that idea is, can you contract your spine isometrically, maximally, control it safely here? Because if you can't do it here, then you shouldn't really carry on with these progressions we're going to do next. I'm just seeing a couple of comments. All bear with me. No problem, John. I think, Louise has just asked a good question. So I think in terms of vocabulary, other programs might teach you to say hollowing, and their version or definition of hollowing may be more like bracing. So I think we've got to be careful. I'm not saying don't say hollow. I'm saying as long as they're not going narrower, where you don't get the same kind of effect around the trunk. So if you're saying draw the navel to the spine and you feel that is giving them the position that is most stable for them, because I think if you imagine two demographics, imagine somebody with a very distended belly, you would want them to suck in. If somebody was walking in quite kind of narrow, you might ask them to push out to get to the same braced position. So I think that's where our skills come in looking, seeing what we're looking at and using the right verbal cue at the right time. So if it works, Louisa, use it. I'm not saying don't use that language. Understand the difference in old schools of thought. So many years ago, I was trained at core training. On your back, you would push your back into the floor to be able to then move your legs around. But effectively, that puts you into flexion, which switches off those spine extensors. So you're not as stable as if you're in a neutral position, which is what we're doing here in the brace. So it's just an old school of thought. So Michelle, you're feeling it much better lying. That's great feedback. Thanks for that. Low back is not pressing into the floor, even with 100%. It shouldn't, Charlotte. If it does, then that's the point where we coach the client to stop. We go back to the easier percentages just to make sure they can control the spine. Floor is a better cue to prevent lumbar movement. Yeah. John, yoga and weights training, bracing are different. Sorry, I mean breathing in regards to stabilizing. Yes. Brilliant. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense. And these are great questions because they help you all hear what I'm responding with. Nothing is wrong if it fits the purpose, fits the individual, taking into account all the contraindications and achieves the goal. So some might say hollowing and get one result, some might say hollowing and get a different result. The example I was giving was an old train of thought that we really we don't necessarily agree with now, or I don't, and sort of the research suggests you really need all the muscles of the spine to be at your most stable, rather than switching some off in terms of just controlling the arms and legs in the way we're doing here, which is proprioceptively creating, hopefully, more of a reflex response for when we're more dynamic in movement, which most clients are when we're training them, right? Okay, fantastic. So I'm now going to take you through, we're going to do this again, and we're going into the third phase. So can you engage the core? Can you engage maximally? So there are two ways of helping your client understand that and test that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go through a series of neuromuscular core progressions. They are not muscle activation progressions, because the muscle activation, or the percentage of effort, is going to go up and then down and then up and then down. However, the neuromuscular challenge, i.e. the base of support, is always going to be going towards a progression or harder, because some of the later progressions are going to feel physically less demanding, but for the brain they can be more challenging. And so each move is both a test and an exercise. So I'm going to talk you through the first flow or series, and then we'll try those what I want you to do is pretend you're my client. So I'm going to talk you through them. If you get to a point where you can no longer control your spine or your hips, then you sit up. That's your point. That's your cutoff point or your break point. So I would then prescribe you the 2 exercises prior that you can do successfully. And then I would give you the 3rd one that you're struggling with as your kind of homework and challenge. So do you want to have a go at that? So if you go and have a lie down, and we'll go to the same position. I'm going to put you all on my screen so I can see you all. I can see most of you. I don't think I can get you all on one screen, so there's 25 of you. So have a lie down. And what we're going to do is the same posture, same position to begin with, but we're now going to start to challenge control. So to do that, what we're going to do, hands under the back, lie down and relax. So we're going to initiate just maybe a 40% brace. And then what I'd like you to do is just very slowly add your brace, and then you're going to lift one heel, and then you're going to take that foot very slowly off the floor and hover it just that 1 inch as it's come off the floor. And you want to be able to do that while maintaining the same pressure on your hands, the same position through your spine. And think about how hard is that feeling for your kind of bracing effort. So I'm around about 30% maybe. I'm talking to you as I'm doing it and I feel okay. And then we just gently put the toe back, keep the brace on as you lower the heel, and then we're going to shift onto the other side. Because what you might find is that you can do it one side, but I find it harder on this side. So it's harder for me on this side due to my pelvic biomechanics and the fact that I've only done my iMoveFreely session once today, and then I've been sitting talking to you guys. And so one side may feel harder, even at this level, but I can still do it, but the percentage of effort maybe went up 5 or 10%. Take the toe down, lower the heel, and you'll notice how slowly I'm going. That speed is really important. Both safety and intensity can be added there. So it gives the trunk the time to control, and their brain that time to send the message. So we're now going to do the same thing, but this time, might need a bit of room. I'm just going to shuffle up my mat. We're going to lift the foot, so I'm going to brace. Heel comes away first, put the brace on, let the foot hover, and then I'm literally going to start to extend that leg. So I'm adding length to the lever. So those hip flexors, spine flexors we studied earlier, they're really coming into play. My brace is getting harder because I'm taking the leg further away. So you can hear that in my voice. Back is still there. You go as far as you can without the spine moving. And if it's not all the way, that's okay. That's your point, or your client's point. Bring it slowly back, toe down, heel down, or whichever way around you want to do it. And then we'll try the other side. So again, brace, start to lift the heel, then the foot, and then keeping everything nice and still. Can you control? And it's making sure that the leg that's moving is very close to the floor, not quite on the floor, but close to the floor. And you'll feel the brace will increase, the effort will increase as you extend your leg. And then as you come back, keep the brace in place. And if you're still with me and you're still in, fantastic, we go on to the next progression. So again, bracing. John, you can do the sitting, if you can do it. Can you do it sitting, mate? I know whilst you're upright and listening in. So toe up, or heel up, sorry, or toe, whichever one you prefer. Brace, lift, and then we're going to externally rotate while not, we don't want to allow that pelvis to tilt. So you've got to really, I've got to brace a bit harder on this one. This is a progression, and then bring it back. So you might go to about 30 degrees of external rotation. See, my brace has got easier because you can hear it in my voice. Toe down. I'm still keeping the brace on until the heel's completely down. And then again, you try the other side. And you might feel it cross over into the opposite shoulder. There's all sorts of things happening to even the fixators in your body are being challenged on the opposite side. So as you take the leg over, those lateral flex on the opposite side and the rotators, the obliques, etc., they're all going to be challenged as you externally rotate. So if you're losing the position of your pelvis or your spine, that's your break point. You stop there. that's where you practice. For us, if you're not ready on that first pyramid, if you're not ready for this, this may feel hard already. For some of you, you may be flying through this thinking this is super easy. Brilliant. There is 25 of you in the class, so I've got to coach everyone, remember. Okay, so now we're going to go both feet off the floor. You ready? This means that that effort is going to increase quite dramatically because you're taking an entire base of support away. And you can hover it there. And again, I usually do 1 foot at a time, or coach a client 1 foot at a time, so it's not like an immediate both feet off the floor, which can tilt the pelvis anteriorly, and it puts a lot of load. So just do it nice and slow so that they can gradually activate more brace, and it's more of a conscious thing for now, so that then they don't feel like they're not being successful. And then, of course, we can do the same, and we can start to extend the legs both together or externally rotate both together. And so you've got the movement as well as the length of the lever to really challenge your trunk muscles in holding you nice and still, like Deborah was saying earlier about enough effort to be able to control your limbs as you're moving them around. Again, it goes back to what we talked about Mel Siff and his definition of core stability, which is why we thought it was quite a good one. So if you're still in, we're going to go to the next progression. This is going to feel completely different. And as I said to you earlier, it's because it's a neuromuscular progression, not a muscular effort progression. So this time, we're now going to trust that you know what your spine feels like in neutral. So you're going to bring your hands by your side. And so this time, when you add your brace, you're going to literally heel 1 foot, so heel and toe of 1 foot, and at the same time, the opposite arm, and they're both going to hover 1 inch off the floor. So the amount of effort that it's taking to brace your trunk will be much easier, I imagine, than one of your double leg lift. But actually the brain's capacity for that proprioceptive control, that neuromuscular control, taking 2 different body parts away from either end of the body, that coordination is really the progression. So just have a little go, see how it feels from one side to the other. And again, as I said, if you're not kind of normalized around the pelvis, that's what can play in here. And then we're going to do the same, opposite arm and leg, and then extend the leg away from you like we did earlier, but with the arm reaching over the top of the head. So there's a long lever at either end of the body. And again, the hip flexors come in, the spine flexors are all trying to, or your spine flexor fixators, hip flexors are active, aren't they? They're prime movers there. And again, try the same on the other side. But again, be conscious of your spine, your trunk, and your pelvis being controlled and staying still. Opposite arm and leg. And then if you bring your hands or your arm above your shoulder, but this time take the arm away to the side it's on and rotate the knee on the opposite side in the opposite direction. This is where I start to feel really challenged. And so that total rotation, go through the body, and then a brace. We're trying to encourage them to brace with the amount of effort appropriate for them to control their body as they move their arms and legs around. And obviously you can get to the point where it's both feet, both arms, they can extend, they can abduct or externally rotate, or any variation of your dead bugs. Let's have a little look. Great question, Michelle. I'm going to come to that now. So if you want to bring yourselves back up and let me know you're all right. How was that? How you all doing? Whew. So how did that all feel? Really enjoyed it. Good, thanks, Russell. I think it's nice when you're having all that time at a computer, studying and working. If we can do things like that together and actually run through them, you get the experience of your clients, potentially doing this with you, being coached by you and hearing how I use my voice and descriptions, and maybe had, you know, that kind of screen next to them, ideally, so they can see you if you're doing visual descriptions. And again, you will have all had maybe a cut-off point at some point where it started to feel really intense, or like Michelle saying when she took both feet off the floor, and then Hazel saying could feel the progressions. The point across for those who think they're strong. Yeah, exactly, Izzy. And so this is a great way when you slow it right down and make it actually very specific. It is, Alison. Yeah, they really like this, actually. I think they appreciate the simplicity. So I think a lot core training became very fashionable, and then different ways of doing it started to get quite advanced and complex. People weren't ready for it. And I think McGill is famous for saying core training will help some and harm some. So potentially, I know I was potentially harming some of my people many years ago when I was just obsessed. Core training, you know, flexor dominant, and that wasn't what I was thinking, sorry. That was what I was doing. It was a lot of flexor dominant work. It was all about the six pack. It was like, get the stability balls going, one arm, twisting with a dumbbell, you know. And we know while that's really sexy, you can do that, but actually what's the benefit coming out of it? Because you're not really stabilizing your trunk. Yes, that's right, Russell. And the idea being that what we're trying to do here is very, very safely, specifically reprogram what the brain or the central nervous system is asking all our intrinsic muscles, from the multifidus, the rotatores, the erectors, the obliques. It's what it's asking them to do in terms of their contribution to core stability work, coming out of God knows how long, having a hinge in their QL, tight nerves, stiff spine, dysfunctional pelvis. So it's a deliberate stripping it back to go through the rebuilding, and you don't necessarily need to sell it to them like this. It's just we're just going to go real simple, because some people, if they feel like they're being regressed, they may not like that. Although right now is a great opportunity to do that. So I'm going to come to yours point in a second, Michelle, because Michelle asked a good question about. I'm just going to come backwards. So in females post-pregnancy, where we can get the sort of split linear alba, or the rectus, the fascia of the linear alba split to allow room for holding a baby inside. And obviously post-pregnancy, there's always that desire to let the fascia or the muscles come back together and the fascia to tighten up again. So my understanding, and I'm not an expert in this area, but my understanding is that post ceasing breastfeeding, there is still potentially relaxing in the system post stopping breastfeeding for a further 12 months. So the idea is, really, should postnatal ladies be doing intense core training after within that period? And I think we need to be mindful of the way the body works, the way the TVA works, particularly if you engage TVA, surely it's going to pull the linear alba apart just because of the way it attaches into the linear alba. And I know that might be controversial for some of you, so let me know if I'm shifting a paradigm here. So maybe there are a couple of things. One, whether we do it or not, their core is going to get trained anyway due to what's been going on and everything else. If we're creating better function with the muscle energy techniques and movement in general, that is a very low grade way of training the core functionally and safely in what they're going to be doing anyway. However, if you feel it's appropriate to do this kind of level with someone, maybe yourselves, I know some of you are mums of young children, then we might consider using techniques like when you lie on the back, before lifting any limbs, pressing the tongue into the roof of the mouth. And we're not quite sure why, other than maybe it's a sort of an anterior link of tension prior to lifting the head or the limbs, can potentially reduce the doming effect that you can get from a weak rectus area. So that's one consideration. But there's a lot of, there's potential controversy around it, and I'm not really an expert, but that's from my level of understanding. That's how I might consider those kind of demographics is, A, don't give them specific core training in terms of what we think of it as, use their general daily life, improve pelvic function, spine function and everything else. And then maybe the complementary antagonist work would be helpful. That's still going to challenge the core to some degree, but rather than very focused abdominal training, which could hold risk of continuing to split or maintaining the split due to the work of TVA, it may be a way of thinking, or use the tongue in the roof of mouth to reduce doming effect. Just going down. Good. So people have enjoyed that. That's brilliant. So in terms of the amount you've maybe enjoyed that, imagine passing that on to your clients online, how simple it was. I'm teaching 25 of you. If you're doing that one-to-one, you can make that a really nice bespoke model. So Izzy, yes, great for getting the point across for those that think they're strong, definitely. And actually they're not, you're right. But done in a very subtle manner. How intense is this? You know, and they're flat on the back, just lifting one leg. So it's a good way of coaching it and getting them to feel the percentages. I really like. I think that coaching 10%, 20%, whatever you want, you might jump from 35 to 65, whatever you think is appropriate, and then being conscious of that at this point, I think that's really helpful. Yeah, they can definitely feel the difference. Alison, Amanda, good point to pull back, as many people don't want to do core work slow. Yeah. Most cheat, definitely. Lewitt hold. Matt, can you expand it? I don't know what the question is, mate. Russell, so as soon as they move, it's a cut-off, yes. Or, but feeling a redistribution of load is okay, yes, as long as they're stabilizing. You will feel a redistribution of load as you move your limbs, Russell, because it will start to, the load will start to increase on the opposite side, like we were talking about in the side raise, and then as the arm comes out, center of gravity shifts, and then the load, the moment arm increases, and so it becomes more intense. As long as they're stabilizing, that's fine. Yeah, so in bodybuilding, least amount of work for the trunk because of keeping the waist small. Yeah, I agree. Feedback when the brace is not good so much. Okay, that's fine. I think that's okay, Michelle. Getting them to see if they can feel the back when the brace is good, not so much as lifting the leg. Yes, I think doing the lying on the floor, I strongly recommend, Michelle. Yeah, I agree with you there. So does that feel good? So I'm going to visually talk you through the next series of progressions. So you can imagine on your back any variation, so dead bugs, bugs on drugs, whatever you want to call it, kind of tiz was, moving the arms around. You could do regressions and progressions within that small selection that we've got. I'm just going to go back to the PowerPoint for a moment, because this is in the PDF here. And so you can see in the first section there of progressions, when it comes up, taking its time. So what you've got is, just ignore the point one, just for that's when we do that on face to face. Don't worry about that just now. So crook lying, core brace. So that's the ones we went through after our percentages, lying on the back and coaching them through the percentages of effort statically, and obviously the standing abdominal brace. So leg lift, leg lowering is taking the leg out to the extending, and then leg to the side, double leg lowering to the side, etc. Opposite arm and leg, double arms and legs. And you can see how neuromuscular becomes harder because you've taken your body off the floor, so there's less balance. But you probably felt the difference in muscular effort go up and then down in regards to taking both feet off the floor and then just one arm and leg. It felt slightly easier. So I'm now going to show you the next phase, and then together we'll talk about the subsequent ones. So I'm just going to go through these just to talk around them again, just briefly as an example. You don't have to try if you don't want to. You can just watch. And then again, so your supine crook lying flow was flexor dominant in terms of loaded your flexors more, so both isometrically, your fixators and your prime movers. Now coming into the next progressions, once you've got them through the crook lying, prone kneeling, So with, again, the knees under the hips, hands below shoulders, and then the back in what is their neutral. Often people get to this position, they end up in flexion. So we want to coach them into neutral. And we should decide that based on what we know about their normal body type, their spine presentation, in all of the other tests. So what is their kind of midpoint? Some people are naturally more lordotic, some are flatter. And so we want to observe that to know that when we get them here, what looks like about their neutral here. And then what we can do is talk them through, taking the arm forwards, keeping the spine nice and still. And again, we're using the bracing, coaching them through. And this time we've now got stabilization coming from the shoulders as well. And we could coach them into that lat engagement again, which as we talked about earlier is one of the core muscles. To the side and the other side. And of course then coming into, we analysed this movement earlier, Alan, the side, the prone kneeling hip extension, prime movers, fixators. You've got the side raise, you've got the leg extended, leg extended, got the leg to the side. And then you've also got the controlling of opposite arm and leg, which starts to become more challenging. But compared to, for example, they can do this and go, yeah, I can do that one. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, yeah. Right, challenging my core. But what's actually going on in the trunk when they do it with slightly less speed and focus and preparation? So we really want them to be able to imagine they've got literally a tray of drinks on their back. They're not going to be lifting the hip much higher than 30 degrees because that will structurally start to change what's going on, and the lever lengths, etc. will play in. So we really want to coach them into that slow speed, and the focus is on the level of brace effort around the trunk, the shoulders playing in here for me, big time, my right shoulder and left hip are the two weak links for me. And again, you know, really trying to keep the focus on very slow. I mean, I talk about kind of 8 to 10 second repetitions here, from the brace to the initiation of the movement, the full performance of the movement, bringing it back, lowering the limb back to the floor, and then releasing the brace. Kind of full 8 to 10 seconds on whichever side it is, and then repeat on the other side. So they're going to get a point at which you look at them and you think that's not happening anymore, or they tell you they feel like they can't do anymore. So you keep them on, as I said, you might choose 3 exercises, 2 of which prior to the one they were positive on, they felt good at. You say, right, practice those. It might be 3 times a week, might be once a day, might be twice a week. You decide. And then they might do 8 reps, 8 seconds each one. And then the third one, or the final one that they were struggling on, they found difficult, I want you to keep going. Let's say an example would be, let's say they were on this one and they could get to there and then they started to break. So break as in the spine. So what I might want to do is I say, right, I want you to go to that point. Now brace harder, really, really hard, and just go 2 inches more. Brilliant, brilliant, and then come back. And so rather than asking them to go to the full range, you get them to use the conscious bracing effort increase prior to using the range increase, so that then they gradually add a little bit more range to the movement, but they precursor it with a more intense brace position. Does that make sense? So let me know if that progression, oh, and by the way, the prone kneeling progressions are more extensor dominant. The fixator group and the prime mover group would be extensor dominant as opposed to flexor dominant. So you're starting to balance out their flexor extensor strength ratio because we don't have the ratio testing on this online version. So any questions? Let's have a little look back, see if I've got any questions coming. I always imagine on the recording that there's going to be sections where I'm kind of like that reading, so forgive me. Anybody watching this as a recording, I'm trying not to be gormless whilst I read. Okay, great stuff. So I'm going to come, no, I'm not going to go to the PowerPoint. I'm going to get you to, no, I'll do the PowerPoint actually. And then what we can do, I'm going to talk you through this and we'll do this together. So going from crook lying to prone kneeling, we then can potentially take them literally to a sitting series of sitting core progressions. So neuromuscularly, sitting feels easier than prone kneeling, right? Sorry. Conceptually, sitting is going to feel easier than prone kneeling because we sit more than we are in prone kneeling. However, prone kneeling has a broader base of support because you've got 4 points of contact and they're spread underneath the body on a wider base than when you sit. When you sit, you've got 3 bases of support, so your bum and your 2 feet, and there's a narrower base underneath your whole body. However, we do sit more than we go prone kneeling, which is why what we're doing, part of what we're doing is practicing positions as well, and the body's awareness of different positions. So while sitting might feel conceptually easier, if you do have a chair, you can try this with me. So have a sit back, thighs supported, feet on the floor, hands around the hips, and just find a kind of neutral. So do they call it tipping the bucket or something? Imagine your hips are like a bucket of water. So just tip the water out the front, the back, and then get yourself level, shoulders down and relaxed. Now, with the feet, kind of, I say hip width, not the width of your hips, like hip socket width. From here, if I said just lift your arm out in front, you would probably be thinking, well, that's not really challenging my core. Well, it is to some degree. And certainly if you've got elderly clients or kind of more fragile demographics of an older population, and by the way, they're pretty robust these days, so I get it. But if you do have a more fragile set of clients, actually this stuff can be quite good, just the basic movements and the challenge. But now, same concept, lift one hip, thigh, foot, leg, completely off the seat. See if you can do that without your hips tilting. That's actually quite hard. And then try the other side. So as you do that, see if you can take literally the thigh off the seat. So you're using hip flexors, fixing, you're going to be pushing down through that other leg super hard. And then see if you can do that. And then take the leg out to the side and still control the movement. So I've got my knee bent just now. And then obviously opposite arm and leg, can you take them to the side? And again, keep it super slow, but actually controlling that. And certainly for sitting demographics or certain individuals, I think that's really helpful. But anyone who wants to be challenged, desk workers, this is great, core training, you know, and thinking about when they're at the desk. And it isn't that we expect them to do work like that. It's about reprogramming what's been lost through the pelvic spine dysfunction previously. So this is about reconditioning the reflex. So now on the next level down, sitting, however, let's now imagine all of that on a stability ball or a gym ball. Can you now imagine being on that ball? If you have one, you can have a go. And actually that is really, really difficult. And so to really have that preparation in advance, you've got more chance. Whereas actually sitting on a ball and lifting one arm and then doing the legs and so on, it becomes really challenging. So let's now try the standing one. So we'll come up to standing now. Just go into this phase of standing. What time are we on? Yeah, we're going to have a break in a second. And then imagine standing. Hands around the hips. And so again, do your brace, bring your feet underneath your hip sockets. And then from there, obviously we can do the arm ones. I've got a slight bend in the knee if you want to take a little load. But then I want you to try and imagine, I'll show you, I'm going to lift one heel, can you take 1 foot off the floor without the spine, the hip, or anything shifting or losing your trunk stability, control? Can you do that? Can you do that and take one arm and leg out to the side? Can you control the pelvis, standing on one leg, taking one leg to the side? And if we think about athletes, athletes need to be on 1 foot and be stable to throw or catch or move around. So while this is very controlled and static, if you struggle here, then there's a chance you're going to struggle when you're more dynamic. How are we getting on out there? Let's have a little look. Some are writing, some are having a go. Great stuff. And so it's still a concept of the simple nature, particularly if you imagine elderly clients, and you imagine falls prevention and just the basics of balancing on 1 foot and then, you know, moving. That's what they're doing when they're walking. If you imagine it in slow motion, lifting a foot to take it over the lip of a doorway can be a big hazard if they can't hip flex, lift the leg, step over and balance on one leg to shift the weight forwards. So for us, we're fit, we're healthy. It seems super simple, but there are some demographics where this is really helpful in that setting. But even for the athletes, for some of us, I think some of us have already admitted here, actually that's quite intense, that's pretty tough. But then you've also got progressions in terms of, I'm going to share before I go to the break in just a second, just to talk you through these. Oh, I've just had a chat made, chatting. Yes, and that's often the case, Charlotte, that people feel like it's easier on one side and harder on another. So I'm just going to go through this last section just to finish this kind of like, this is just step 1 as well, remember. Then we could even think about standing on an unstable surface. So this brings to mind those kind of YouTube clips where somebody's one-legged on a Bosu, you know, moving their arms and legs around. And that might be appropriate in terms of sport and having balance. And then as you read down, I don't think you've ever come across the flexi bars. You could add in progressions of challenging balance, having the eyes shut. You imagine in sport when people are moving around, sort of challenging the unknown if they're knocking into a fellow rugby player, or this kind of training can be quite interesting. It's clearly not what we'd be doing with an elderly client like Ethel, you know, getting her to stand on one leg, shut her eyes whilst we push her and throw balls at her. It's always got to have relevance. But in terms of athletes, this set of progressions could be really relevant in terms of being on one leg, closing their eyes, trying to catch or open their eyes and throw a ball to them. And this stuff we can do face to face. We can't do it online, but kind of the balance stuff I think certainly plays in. So it's about having lots of information, and for us, you as coaches, having the confidence to know what's right at the right time for each client and each individual. So we're going to have a little break again, and just a pause in terms of to consider the step 2, which we can't do here in the online setting, which is the core ratios, but I would definitely have a look at those. If you want to come back, for those who aren't booked on already, to the face-to-face, I know most of you are, we'll go through those, and they are fantastic measurements that can be used when you're back to face-to-face to really identify whether they have flexor dominance, extensor dominance, or right-left side dominance, and that's going to help us with our core conditioning training program. So what we're going to do when we come back is start to look at the last section, or the third phase, third step of stability and control. So I'm going to teach you 4 more tests that you can do online. So that's going to add into your repertoire. So just let me know if you've got any questions before we go to a break and I pause the video. because the questions help anybody who's watching. So any questions on any of that section that we've just done? Does that make sense? And you can see how that can play in online, where you can coach the client to test themselves. You've got the kind of side of it where it's empowering them. They're looking after their own body. You can get them to do it on themselves. They can do it on each other. It's safe. Okay, no questions coming in. So what we'll do, we'll go to a break. It's 10 past. So if we say, where are we now in time? If we say 25 past, would that be all right, guys? Yeah? So I'll see you at 25 past. I'm going to pause the record button. Let me know when we come back. Welcome back, team. Go everyone out there, hit record. I'll never forget again. Dear. Thanks for everyone's feedback coming through. I know it's private, but thank you. I really appreciate it. I know, do you know, I went into all of this with that, you know, being old school about being face to face. And actually, I'm really enjoying it with you. So I hope you're enjoying it, because it's more about you than it is about me. But I feel like I'm interacting with people, which is what I really enjoy about the courses. So we are back now into, and again, just to remind you, yesterday we talked about the first layer of pelvis and spine and really getting the function assessed and moving well and improving, preparing, giving them capacity physically, to then move up into this second phase. So what we looked at this morning was understanding there are a lot of controversies and myths out there. We're going to talk a bit more about, we're going to finish those up in a moment. But then looking at these 3 sort of steps to training the core. So step 1, can you engage the core maximally? Sorry, do apologise. Can you engage the core? Get them to do this stuff, lying on the floor, doing the very basics. Can they engage maximally? So flat on the back. Can they brace 100% and move, you know, without moving their arms and legs around? And then can they do that with control? That was those first 3 phases in step 1. Step 2, when we do our face-to-face, is normally the core isometric ratios, which come from Stuart McGill's work. They're very simple. You really you almost need to be with the client to do those. I did think about doing them, but then I thought I'd hold them back just because I think they would be challenging to help the client do it. What we don't want to do is have the client feeling awkward because they're not doing it right and we're trying to do it with them. So I thought I'd just leave them out. You can come back, do the face-to-face, and we'll do those then. But to go into step 3, which is we're going to look at now. So unless anyone's got any questions, I'm going to go into step 3. And, oh, have I done that in the wrong order? No, there we are. Hang on. Again, we get this pause. And I am in the wrong place. I was having a little look over the break. So let me go back to here and there. There we go. So what's really good about this 3rd step is you've got 4 more tests that you can do online with your client. And so I wanted to do this functional stability section because of that very fact. And so the more we can do assessments or offer different skill sets at the right time online, the more we can continue working through these times. But also afterwards, in terms of what we do afterwards, I think everything's going to change. I wouldn't worry, by the way. I think we said this yesterday. Everyone's going to want your company after all of this, so don't worry about getting your business back or, you know, staying online. And then there's others like me. I'm thinking this is an amazing resource to complement my face-to-face service. And so the same for you guys. So these tests that we're doing could be complementary things that you do online as extra or different packages. But this section is, again, just remember in terms of if you do them with me now, or if you get a client to do them and you're looking at them and you think, well, they're not doing that very well. But remember, if they've not done the first layer, and one of the conversations I've had with one of you through the break is it doesn't matter how where they're starting. Let's say you've got Ethel who wants to go to Tesco and back with a Zimmer frame, so that's kind of your base level. You've got your sedentary, maybe overweight client who's realizing in this environment, actually, I'm going to start getting moving. This is the time for change. I'm going to get an online PT. Then you've got your kind of amateur athlete, weekend warrior type. They go to the gym regularly, and they're not necessarily an athlete, but they're kind of like, they move around regularly. And then you've got athletic end. So maybe 4 or 5 different examples of the type of clients you might work with. Conversation I was having earlier is, it doesn't matter what level they come in at, I will still take them through this process. It may differ in application with different clients. Chances are I'm not going to get Ethel doing some of the things that I might do with an athlete, but the basic foundation of the pyramid, prepare them, give them the capacity, give them the stability and control to help them be functional, is absolutely the same with every single client. Injured, uninjured, athletic, sedentary, skilled, unskilled, it's the same. Because if we don't get the foundation right and that layer 1 in, even the athletes they may have a missing link, particularly when they're coming back from injury, for example, which is one of the questions I got asked. We really need to take them back to basics, and often the therapists they've seen for their rehabilitation won't necessarily have the same skill set that you're getting in terms of understanding this process. So to be able to take them back may not be the right way to position it to them, but to take them through the process of prepare them first, you can have a huge impact on the end result of a weight loss client not getting the issues they might have got without the preparation. An athlete ends up performing better than they ever did because you've really made their biomechanics amazing. You know, they weren't amazing before. Maybe that's why they were injured, but even the proprioceptive side of things and balance, eyes open, eyes shut, doing the preconditioning stuff. While it looks easy, exercise isn't all about being difficult. It's about stimulation and messaging and proprioceptive understanding of the brain and all the other structures and tissues of coping and understanding with positions and movement, and then over time preparing the body for the eventuality of the goal, which at the top of that pyramid might be, just want to get to Tesco and back, not fall over. It might be I want to lose weight and not hurt my back or my knees. It might be I want to run 100 meters as fast as I can, or I want to come back from injury stronger than I went in. So it's more than just strength. I think we as exercise professionals can often fall into, it's always got to be hard, it's always got to be, or not always even have clients hard and sweaty, and it doesn't have to necessarily. So just kind of adjusting the thinking of that preparation piece as, it's very intrinsic, that the body's really clever at adapting, and so it can hide some of the weak links, which is why we're testing them and doing these tests we're going to do now, piecing it together. And this is a logic system. It's simple. It gives you a test, exercise, retest capacity that we can do literally online. So I think don't underestimate, my biggest guidance, don't underestimate that first layer. From my experience, that first layer is a game changer. The other stuff we kind of understand, we've got a bit more of a system maybe now, but that first layer changes everything. If you don't have that in place, then the other stuff later on, you're going to be scratching your head, why is that not working? So really strip it back, understand the value of that. So what we're looking at here in step 3 is functional stability. Now the difference here, we're going to do 4 screens, so there are 2 spinal hinges, I know there's 3 listed there. And what we're going to be looking at is all 4 tests, positive or negative, and then we're going to, if you're positive on any of those, you would do the progression of exercises. So where previously we had, if this test is positive, you do this test is positive, you do this one is we do all 4 tests and then we make our decision, and if any are positive, we've got a series of techniques to run through. So I'm going to run through each test. And if you want to have a go, once I've taught it to you, you can have a little go. The problem is they are visual tests. So you can have a go, just have a go at what it feels like and imagine being your client. But in terms of what we're actually looking at, unless I looked at you all individually, it'd be difficult for you to assess yourself. You might be able to, but I'm going to go through them all. So we've got aberrant gross lumbar motion, which always sounds a bit foreign. Motion, movement, lumbar area, gross, too much. Aberrant is a deviation. So we're going to do a roll down, which Pilates guys you might be familiar with, And the idea is to look at whether you deviate or your client is deviating from just a square roll down pathway. Spinal hinges in both kneeling and squatting. Can they maintain a neutral spine, or do they get a butt wink? And at what point? And then cross-pelvic syndromes, I'm going to demonstrate, hopefully. So we'll have a go. So again, what you'll see is whether cross-pelvic syndromes you might not do with a certain demographic, but the others, that they should be okay for most. So I'm just going to bring you back to full screen. And so I'm going to talk you through the first one. So the first test, ideally what you want is for the client to stand away from the camera so that you can see the whole body. So you want to be able to see the feet, and basically it's going to be a roll down, but it's going to be a roll down with them with their back to you, so from here. So just make sure that you coach them verbally where to stand, so you can stand closer to the fireplace, stand closer to the sofa, and just coach them. But if they can get their camera further away, so for example here, you wouldn't be getting enough information. So trying to set them up so that you can see everything. You can always zoom in or, you know, play around with the video afterwards. So I would teach this facing them first. So I said, right, I want you to just relax your body, and all you're going to do is you're going to roll down slowly. I've not got my mic on. Just bear with me. I was just charging it because my mic only lasts about 6 hours, so I didn't want it to run out. You get the sound quality. Is that better? Okay. Okay, so feet underneath the hips. So again, underneath the hip sockets. And then it's just a relaxed chin down. And I'm going to talk you through what we're going to look at. But first of all, I would just coach the client, relax the arms, and just roll down. So we're not trying to keep the arms in, or it's literally just hanging. And I would get them to just roll down, just go down, keep going. Go as far as they feel comfortable. If they're here and that's all they've got, that's okay. They can go all the way down, then that's okay. And then they just want to kind of unravel, if you like. So I would demonstrate it first. And again, this one is easier if they're happy to take the top off so you can see the spine and everything. And then they're going to do it with their back to the camera. And the idea is what you're going to eyeball is, and this is where the background may interfere or help, so as clear a background as you can. What you're looking for, aberrant gross lumbar motion, means that as they come down, something like that happens, or this, or I'm exaggerating a little bit, guys, or they end up over to one side. So this is where your postural assessment skills kick in. So how much of a gap between each arm, and as they're doing it from behind you, so you want them to be straight onto the camera. You know, does the hip move? Do they turn? Does the arm swing out to the side? And what you can commonly see is this happen. There's kind of a shifting. And very often, the pattern that they display moving down is the same in reverse on the way back up. So if they're not straight and they don't just roll literally straight down with no kind of rolling and gapping, then they would be a negative result. They would pass the test. But if they do a waft or a shift or a rotation or anything like that, so you can see how the preparation piece first would get rid of all of that stuff, because you will see that now if they've got a leg length discrepancy, they're going to be higher on one side here, for example, or hinge in the spine. So we really want to iron that out first before this is a true test. So this is kind of something you might do over the coming weeks. So just let me know if that raises any questions for any of you in terms of demonstrating it, getting your client to do it, and then seeing what's happening. I'm just going to cross through the screen. Keep the legs straight, yes. So yes, you want the legs straight. And again, that's why they don't necessarily have to get to the floor. So if they're kind of doing this because they haven't got that range, it's tight in the back of the legs, then I would just stop them there, and it's just a hang, and then just go as far as they feel they can. And if that's it, that's fine. But the legs ideally straight, maybe not locked back. Again, it depends on body type. If they're a bit sort of sway back, you know, that kind of might be off. So you're just kind of in the middle, kind of a soft knee where everything's stacked over the top. So hopefully that makes sense. Yes, correct. It is. It's more about a deviation, so aberrant, gross movement, either side to side, rotation. We're not testing range of roll down. Sorry, if I referred it to Pilates, it may have confused you. My apologies. It just looks like a roll down in Pilates. We're not testing how far they get, although that could be part of it as part of just a benchmark, how far they get, but it isn't part of this particular test. Because that's something else. That's kind of ranges of the tissues at the back, the posterior tissues, structures or segments. So you could do, Christina, the thing with, if you ask them to redo it a couple of times, maybe twice, but probably not more than that, because again, what you're doing is you're actually conditioning a pattern. What we want to identify is what happens naturally when they just do a roll down. You could do it right now, Christina, as a test, but what we've got to remember is what we're going to do about this now, in a moment, isn't the first, that's not where we would start. We would start with everything you did yesterday, because that can impact on this. This is a test once you've got through the preparation. But if you want to do a series of benchmarks and tests, this is a great way of having a whole set of techniques to use while you're online. So yeah, I would definitely use them while you can. Not necessarily when, so Deborah's asking about, do we look at whether they're flat or curved? That's your spine mobility stuff that we did previously, which is not part of this again. We should have prepared them with that stuff before we get to this point. So not really for the test of deviation or aberrant gross motion. This is about having control or stabilizing in a relaxed sense. Is it a smooth rolling pattern down? Does that make sense? Because the curving of the spine is more about mobility. So the reason we want to assess this, Omar, is if you imagine why we're doing this assessment. So if you imagine coming out, again, it kind of goes back to what I was just saying a moment ago. If they're not prepared at the beginning, and sorry, let me say that again. If they are prepared, the pelvis functions, the spine functions, we've taken them through, and the nerves function, taken them through the basic core progressions. They can do the leg lifts, they can do the dead bugs, they do the prone kneeling, they can do all of that. But then when they do a functional movement like a roll down, which is picking things up, and they've still got a hitch, what we're going to be doing next with the techniques is grooving out the new alignment, if you like. So we're going to try and coach them on the next set of progressions of core training to maintain kind of, again, that level position during movement. So what we've done previously is relatively fixed and simple. Does that answer your question, Omar? It might make more sense when we do the progressions as to what we're doing, but it's basically, it's part of the testing and correction of core stability and control, but predominantly coming out of that first phase. If they're not ready for this yet, then chances are they're going to be positive on this test. It's about quality of movement, quality of dynamic movement. We've got to keep in mind, if they've got a hip replacement, then there's a chance they might roll down with a difference in the structure. But again, it is a benchmark. It's a benchmark of a quality of movement. Do they deviate? Does the arm hang out one side? Why could that be? What are the tests have I learnt? And what is this telling me? What could I do? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, great benchmark and left to right. Yeah, absolutely that, Omar. Fantastic. Okay, so the next one we're going to do, or I'm going to show you, comes into the hinges. So this one, you would get your client side on. sort of bang on side on to your camera. Preferably kind of eye level, but rather than keep changing my camera position. And then we want them back into that prone kneeling position again. So they'll already be familiar with this. Should be relatively comfortable in terms of knees under hips, hands under shoulders if they prefer this, if they've got, you know, the guys who their wrists may be a bit uncomfortable, so they can come to here, that's okay. And then the idea is, if you coach them into what they should now be familiar with as their neutral spine, what should happen is they should be able to sit back. The thighs should be able to get to 45 or onto the heels without the spine going into flexion or extension. If they can't control the trunk, then it would be positive. So the idea being, again, shoulders, everything else. So they've had the conditioning from the previous phase, and again, it would be nice and slow, and you might have them again with their top so that you can see what's happening. And what often happens is they get to somewhere like here, and then the pelvis starts to tilt. Yeah. So the testing is 45 to or sitting on the heels, and we have that kind of leeway because, like we talked about, structural differences in hip sockets. But everyone, whatever your hip socket type, should, without any injuries or anything going on, should be able to get to 45 at least and keep that neutral spine. So something I like to do here when you're back to person, just something to think about, is using things like a pole across the back, and you can actually see then whether the spine curve at that lumbar spine increases or decreases. It would be difficult, I think, unless you can teach them to put the spine. I don't know if I can do it actually. I'm going to have a go. Now I've said that. I'm not sure we should be doing this with clients. I'll have a little go. But I would normally, oh, there you go, get them into this position. I don't know if my start position is right. Let me have a go. Oops. See, I've got a really bony coccyx, but okay, ready? So what you're looking for is whether my back and the pole either get closer together or further apart. Whoops. Before I get to the right position. So, any questions on that one? I've never done it like that before. So literally prone kneeling, can they keep the trunk still and sit back and keep that spine in a relatively neutral position? So again, these are kind of simple benchmarks for us to use to look at where movement's coming from. Some people tip at the hip, some people kind of flex at the thoracic spine first, some go to extension because they're trying to control it and they actually haven't got that control. So we would then put them into the core progressions. So no questions coming through. So I'll go on to the next one. And again, you can see how these are relatively easy and quick to run through with a client. So again, I would want them standing back. Let me just move that out of the way. So this time it's a squat hinge that we're going to be looking at. And so side on to the camera. Again, ideally, so you can see what's going on. So tops off, or tucked in, or crop top, or vest top. And then the feet are going to be kind of, this is now kind of hip width, so at the width of the hips, so or thereabouts. And the hands are going to rest onto the shoulders, but without kind of pulling the shoulders forwards. Yeah, and then from here, we're now going to see, can they sit into a squat without leaning forwards but winking, or without kind of sticking it out. So as they come down, eyes forwards, and we would look, and where we want them to get to is, actually your books will say parallel. I would say if they can get to 90, they're doing all right. And if they start to butt wink further down, we're not too worried. But it is again about a benchmark of their break point. So the point at which they can no longer maintain their spine position. Now, some people, when we do this face to face, there's this argument about, I know we've got some strength athletes out there, but when you've got a compressive load, that's almost easier because you're kind of fighting against a force. And if I put a bar on my back, I think I would do a better job. I'm the same. I feel a little bit like that. But conceptually, if they can't control without any weight, the idea is then to add weight, there runs some degree of risk. So it's still about preparation. And what you'll see is when we start doing the core training exercises that follow, the progressions that follow, they really do help to groove out the pattern. And then this stuff actually becomes easy quite quickly. So let me know if that one's raised any questions as well. So I'm going to do the last one, I think. And then you can, I'll just run through each of the last 4 again before we go into the progressions. I'm just hovering, see if I get any questions. Sorry, Karen, I do apologise. So the butt wink, your bum is known as a butt in America. And when you squat, you get a wink. I think it might be to do with builders' bums, where you can see a little bit more than you can see on me, and it kind of their butt winks at you because you can see it. Sorry, Hazel. Yeah. So what we're looking at is their spine line, so that as they come down, you can see if it flattens. So if they've got a baggy sweatshirt on, you can't see what's happening around the back area. And so in terms of physical assessments with clients, try and make your job easier by, my consultation will say within it, or my email consultation over the phone, an email, please wear, like guys, don't wear them little running shorts because I'm going to move your legs around when I see you and things hang out. Wear tights or things that you can roll up, shorts, but not short shorts. Females running tights, preferably not black. Or just something that has the right colour contrast with the wall that I'm going to be testing them in front of. Females wear a strap top or a crop top. I want to be able to see your back. Guys, I'm going to want to see your spine. If you're okay, I'm going to ask you to take your top off. If people are self-conscious, Hazel, and they don't want to lift the top up, then we've got that limitation. We've just got to crack on. We don't want to be saying, but you've got to take your top off. However, to make our job easier, if we ask them in the beginning, bring your trainers, bring your shorts or your tights, bring a vest top. I'm going to want to look at your back. Is that okay? And I think from your perspective, Hazel, and personal trainer's perspective, this is where these skills may feel more of a contrast to what you do as a PT. Because as a PT, you'd assume they'd turn up in their training gear. We're now asking them to expose skin and body parts. So that might just be a little piece of getting familiar with, how do I do that in a professional sense? And that's why I do it in my consultation. Please bring, please wear, so I can see every joint in your body to be able to do a full and extensive analysis of how well you move in each area, for example. So hopefully that answered your questions there, guys. Just let me know if that answers your question, Hazel. And we're going to do this last one. I'm kind of building up to the last one because it takes a little bit of energy. Thanks, Hazel. These are great questions, by the way. Okay, so this last one is called cross-pelvic syndromes. And they might want a mat for the knees just to get into position. This one is to be able to test their trunk or core's ability to control torsional rotation. So I'm going to be in a plank position and I'm going to take one hand off the floor. And the idea is, what you're trying to look at is whether I get any rotation force on the spine, which means my trunk has not got the ability to maintain a level position. Now, the standardization of this test, again, like the others, are quite specific. It's all in your PDFs. So the feet 6 inches apart, so wider is going to make it easier. That's not how they did it in the research, but could be a way of helping a client get a feel for it. And then you want to bring the feet in to really 6 inches apart. The hands should be underneath the shoulders, so almost like a tricep position. So we don't want to be out here. take the hand away and you have to shift the weight over. So into a plank position and hands under shoulders, feet 6 inches apart. And then from there, shoulders back and down, and hopefully, then what they're going to ask them to do is to touch one hand to the other side. So I've got a bit of rotation there, I think. We try the other way. In fact, would you like to have a go? So what we're trying to observe is, as we take the hand away, do you see rotation? Do you see that? So the rotation is because I don't have the strength to slowly touch the other side. So one cheat mechanism that often happens is feet too wide or touching too quick. And so it is again about the ability for your trunk to stabilize, stop the rotation when you take one base of support away to touch the other, nice and slowly place it back. And if you want to have a go, you'll feel how intense this one can be. So maybe have a little go if you're happy to. If you don't want to, then that's fine, of course. You can have a little look, see who's having a go. You don't have to, but if you want to have a little go. So plank position, feet 6 inches. Hands below shoulders, nice and braced, shoulders back, and then very slowly see if you can touch one hand to the other side. Forward lean, can you explain what you mean by that, Charlotte Lee, in terms of the forward lean bit? In the... Oh, on the squat, as long as the spine is staying the same, there's going to be some degree of forward lean. It's the spine staying still that's important, Charlotte. How's everyone doing? Linda, did you have a go? You're smiling. Yeah. How hard is that? I have to build up to it when I'm demoing that one. Oh, dear. Who else had a go? Let's have a look. Anyone else have a go? Omar, did you have a go? Yeah? Any good? No. Christina, did you have a go? You're smiling away there. Did you have a... Yeah. It's quite hard, isn't it? So the beauty of the... yeah. Just talk. Oh, you're all right in there. Rotated, yeah. So there's two things that come out of it, and what it gives you is a right and left side sort of control ability or not, and you probably started with your favorite side, and then when you're to the other side you got a bigger shift, and the idea of trying to be able to control that. So that's the evidence-based way of doing that test. You could of course train for it and take the feet wider and just have a little practice, and you'll see the difference you feel. But we're going to go through some trunk progressions which I think you'll like in terms of getting ready for that. If someone, sorry, I've just got a question. Just bear with me, guys. Yeah, yes, it's a real challenge. Yeah, okay. Yes, it could. That's why we've done all that testing in the beginning. And so that testing in the beginning should hopefully answer and solve some of those issues you're talking about. Because this really is kind of like, this is kind of next level stuff. Like this is, if you imagine you've got all the pelvic stuff to do, the training, the strength training, the spine mobility, the nerve mobility, then you've got the core progressions, core test, core progressions, bracing, lying on your back, prone kneeling, all of that stuff before any of this. And ideally we want them to be somewhat successful in the pelvic and spine tests and all of the core progressions up to this point. So prior to all of this, and I think that's what you're referring to, isn't it? Oh, that's all right. Oh, can I say it out loud? I know, I'm still getting used to it all. Do you mind if I say it out right? Okay. So let me just ask the question. Question about the brace and all the exercises that follow. If someone has a tight lower back because the pelvic floor isn't working, and that's one thing I would question first of all, that assuming that the back is tight because of the pelvic floor, maybe I would want to be able to test rather than, and I don't know if you do test, but rather than make that assumption of a link. They may think the tension in the lower back is an indicator of the core working. Yes, I see what you're saying. I guess the question is, how does a tight, weak lower back impact these exercises? Everything I said, Michelle. So the idea would be, I would want to know if, what is a weak back? How do you know the back is weak and tight? Would be my number one question. How would you test that? How do you know that? And what's the evidence-based way of measuring a weak, tight back? So obviously what we've done is some testing that might be deemed a way of testing what you've described. Then I would want to understand how you feel, and I don't, as I say, postnatal ladies are not my bag. I understand a bit of the anatomy of pelvic floor, diaphragm, all that kind of thing linking together. But the direct connection, be careful that there's not an assumption that a tight, weak back is because of a weak pelvic floor and vice versa. So just understanding, it makes sense they might link together, but it may not automatically be a link. It would be about testing. And is there a pelvic floor test? And we don't think it's a good indicator. Right, okay. Pelvic floor test. That sounds almost like a my head just went to Thailand then for some reason. Sorry. How do we test the pelvic floor? I don't know. I was thinking of all them kind of stand-up jokes about pelvic floors and things that can be done, but I don't know. But I tell you who would be a great person to look to, who is an educator, and it's a lady, if you haven't come across her before, called Jenny Burrell. So Burrell Education, and she has more knowledge and information around menopausey, pelvic floory type stuff. So I would certainly tap into her. But if you think of the pelvic floor, it is just simply a muscle. I know that I've read some controversy that describes Kegels can be done too much. So Kegels are what ladies do to strengthen the pelvic floor by, if you imagine you're picking something up with your bits. So men and women can do this. So men, you might think of squeezing your butthole, pulling it upwards, same kind of concept, and that idea that you're almost picking up with the muscles of the pelvic floor. And you can overdo Kegels, and in fact your pelvic floor could be in spasm. Now, anecdotally, I have experienced myself and with female clients, if I've managed to get them or myself working, squatting below parallel, where the pelvic floor plays in more in squatting weights, pelvic floor control has improved. Now, it's only anecdotal, and that's not evidential, that's just my opinion and just where I played around with conceptually the idea of lengthening the pelvic floor, which happens in a much deeper squat, or the kind of that positioning, rather than only squatting at shallow depths with weights, I mean, for exercises. And so having the ability to squat lower under load then gives you that more, I don't know whether that's a release or of the pelvic floor, talking about it as maybe it being in spasm. I don't know enough about it, but I'm just talking around. So there's some other people who are probably more skilled at this. There's more about training. Right, okay, yeah, I think it is a whole other subject, but it's an important one. I think it's a common issue, is pelvic floor, and not just in females. Men can, prolapse as well. I'm afraid older age, it's one of those things, because it's gravity is always pulling down, which is why pelvic health and strength is so important. And I suspect, this is again just me personally, I suspect the lack of ability to squat down, whether you're relieving yourself or using weights or whatever, I think that could be a contributor to the problem of the function of the pelvic floor, but I don't know enough about it. So I'm stretching myself in terms of my confidence in understanding testing and means I've just read bits around it. So Hazel's saying there's fast and slow exercises, could be weak in one and stronger in another. So when you're performing them fast or slow, yeah. So rather than being weak or strong, if you think, Hazel, about the consideration of time under tension, there was a brilliant book which I've talked about in some of my articles called Body by Science, written by John McGuff, McGuff, and John Little. I was going to say Little John then, but that's Friar Tuck's mate, isn't it? Doug McGuff and John Little, Body by Science. It's about 18 quid, cheap book, loads of research behind it, and they advocate slow reps of 10 or 20 seconds per rep, and I tried it and I could only do 5 reps. And so slow can be harder in terms of time that the muscle is under tension, but it also can give the body's proprioceptive ability and neuromuscular ability time to apply control. Speed, so I could do my dead bugs really quickly, but I'm not really controlling the core, or, so that's kind of almost a trick, or plyometrics, which is more high risk. So it's all about relevance and the setting and the context, I think. But I agree with you, they can feel quite different. Yeah, that's all right, Michelle. Thanks for being open about that. I think it is about kind of like shifting paradigms and concepts to be more holistic, which is where we all want to be, I think, but while using your specialisms and enhancing those with, and I know some of the other guys talking about their athletes, you're all coming from different perspectives and you've all got these specialisms, and I'm giving you a generic program that you are then going, right, how do I apply this into what I know? But even in all the conversation I'm having with each of you, it's the same. It's the same whether it's the old lady or the athlete. As I've said, it's still that pyramid of prepare them, then get them the control, and then the function piece, but understanding all 3 subsystems. But yeah, really great conversations here, guys. Okay, so just I'm just going to go through each of those tests one more time, and then I will come to the exercises. So just one at a time. So first of all, the roll down. So again, if I was your client, you could do these in sequence. So I'd have my back to you. I'll just do it side on so you can see what's happening. So I'll be rolling down. In fact, no, let me do it to my back to you. So just let me know if I'm square on. Yeah. Square on. Right, okay. So I want to see the back. So I'm literally going to roll. And you're looking at the gap between my arms. So you're going to tell me whether I pass this test or not. Whether I deviate, whether I roll to one side or waft, or you can see more of one arm to another. If I'm hanging one way, if one hip rolls higher, or whether it was a small roll down. So you can say, was I positive or was I negative? Yeah, I felt it actually. Yeah, brilliant. This is exactly it. Yeah, you got it, guys. Well done. Fantastic. So then my pro kneeling test. So from here, and again, so let me know, well, you can let me know in a minute, if you see my spine change before I get to 45, thigh at 45, or to my sitting down. So I'll probably be on 45 now, but I don't know what's happened at my back. So positive or negative? What do you think? Brilliant. Good. And then side squat. So I don't know if my top will stay up, if you can see my back. And then, okay. So did I get to 90? Or did I get to parallel? Negative. So ideally parallel, I think, is what the research says, but I think if you can get to, if they can get to 90, I think they're doing all right. Brilliant. And then the last one, I'll have a go. Okay, you ready? So I think, am I better off that direction? So let me... I'll try here and then I'll move if you can't see. So this is a good exercise in being able to see what's going on. Right, you ready? So that's the first side, positive or negative. I think I know what the answer was to the second side. Ah, dear. Negative, positive. Negative, positive. Yeah, you would be Omar. Thighs parallel, or yes, 90 at the knee, which is slightly above parallel because the tibia has moved forwards. So positive both sides, or negative one side, positive both. I was definitely positive on the second side. The first side, I think there was a little bit of a shift. It didn't feel that great. I've done better than that before. So as I say, I'm a bit off the programme at the minute, being stuck at home. So not as strong or as conditioned as I would be normally. So from your responses, I'm taking it that you understand the tests, which is fantastic. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to talk through the exercises that we might use if any of your clients are positive on any of those. So I'm just going to come back to the screen and then I'll talk through these, and then if you need some visuals, we can do those as well. So if a client is positive on any of those, we would want to take them through to train gross function, wall rolls, push-up rolls, and various variations of these. So a wall roll is basically, it's like a rolling plank, but against the wall. Now, the idea is what you can see in these three images of the YMN, you basically be leaning into the wall with the elbows just below your shoulder. The farther away you lean, the harder it's going to be. So the closer you are, the less of a gravity there is, because you've got a short lever. And then the idea is that as you turn, you lift onto your toes, and then as you turn, you literally, the whole system pivots, so that what you can see in the middle image, you see how his toes are both pointing in the same direction. So your feet literally turn heel to toe. So if you wanted to have a go at these, you would literally lean on the wall, elbows kind of level with each other, and then from there, you want to rotate. But again, it's super, super slow. And the point is your shoulder, spine, hip, and legs should all move as a single unit. So rather than hip then shoulder, or shoulder then hip, everything moves in one unit. And so you're really grooving out and locking that new kind of system or ability to control the system into place. Now we could go from the wall to another layer if they had the equipment, but chances are at home they may not. So it may be that they end up down on the floor, onto the knees and the elbows. I'm going to demo these in a moment, guys, she says. Then you would go to the toes, which makes it a longer lever, then onto the hands and the toes, which makes it longer still. So I'm just going to go through those first 4 progressions just to kind of give you an example so you can see what I mean by those. So if you were against the wall, so you would be here, just do that. And then the idea would be, I'm up on the toes. Don't know if you can see my feet. I'll just do that. Yeah. So from there, and then lift onto the toes. And then as I turn, spine, hips, shoulders, everything turns at the same time. And then come back. And then go the other way. But nice. And again, super slow. So the whole system is conditioned. So what we don't want to see is this kind of turn, or shoulder, hip. And so we want to condition your client's ability to control everything. So that would be kind of an easier version against the wall because you've got less gravity. Coming down onto the floor, we might start them on the knees and the elbows. And then from here, again, this is not that easy to begin with. Again, knees and feet kind of fixed. And then shoulders, hips, knees, all in one, ideally, if possible. And you can see how the knees and feet stay together, a bit like our spine mobility stuff. We're trying to condition, and I don't think I'll be as good this way. Whoa. See, that's my not so good side. Come back. Then you go to toes, same again, from here, and then onto the hands. And again, for some, they may claim that on the hands is easier. But it's about programming, conditioning, using neuromuscular feedback as the progressions. So I hope that makes sense. I don't know if any of you are actually kind of practicing that. Probably not, are you? Just all watching, laughing at me. Let's have a little look. Right. Yeah, you're looking at, ideally, no, yes. So Charlotte's asking about the cross-pelvic syndrome one. Should there be no shift at all? As long as it's the rotation is the most important thing. If it's a big shift, then obviously it's no good. If it's a tiny shift but they don't rotate, that's pretty good. So again, we've got to make a judgment call on what looks, what's acceptable, but it really is a rotation test. So can they control rotation? But if they have to shift a lot before they take the hand away, I think I would take that as a lack of control as well. So I just want to go back because I think Doug asked me a question and I'm not sure I answered it. Just come back. No. So if there's any questions on any of those tests, just give me a shout. And then these exercises that we're using. Where's he gone? I know, sorry, Doug. There's so many coming through. It's not just yourself, mate. Okay. I think I've probably just answered it, haven't I? Okay, just answered it. My apologies, Doug. I did see it, and then there were so many coming through. So wall rolls, maybe something, if they've got something a midway point, a sofa or a bed, I'm not sure if that's going to work, but certainly then down to the floor. And then to keep them progressing on, we could consider all sorts of examples. This is where your creative juices can, and obviously depends on what kit they've got, in terms of continuing their periodized trunk conditioning stuff. Is that coming through? So even push-up variations. So by this point, we're obviously still training clients as regularly. You might think of using their push-up as a way of challenging their trunk. So you've seen these kind of like asymmetrical push-ups or the diamond push-up, or you've got an example here on two unstable surfaces. We might even consider using different stability balls, you know, doing a, have you seen the jackknife with the feet on a stability ball, which they may not have this sort of equipment right now, which is why I've taken it out of the presentation. But conceptually, now we're starting to find that some of these core training exercises are a bit more like the kind of things we usually see in gym facilities or as core training. But if you imagine back all the stuff we've done in advance of this to prepare them for this kind of level, as we're acknowledging, they can do this, but is it really with a stable trunk? Is everything switched on? Is everything doing its part? So if we think about free weight progressions, and I've just slipped in a little image on this one, because obviously most people have not got access to the Smith rack in the other image. We got hold of some 4 30-litre water bottles, and we just put more or less water in depending on what we're training, even though we have got the bars as well, actually. But if you think of cleans and squats and deadlifts and the idea of that symmetrical strength training, is conceptually great, but could we use asymmetrical training to really challenge the trunk in a maybe controversial way, but in a logical way, to just keep them doing their sport and yet still alter their core ratios if they're not quite in the right, in the right ranges. So squatting with different weights on the bar, you've probably seen sort of chains and things. Certainly when I was picking up these water bottles and trying to do a farmer's walk, it was sloshing all over the place. It was a brilliant sort of stimulation, trying to control, as I was walking, these water bottles. And they're so cheap, £5 a bottle, something like that. I can't remember. It's from my husband's workplace, so I'm not sure where you get them. But I think just getting the big jugs of water, bottles of water that have got a handle, can be useful. But also thinking about how does this all affect the core and the trunk is really where we're at. But just to sort of challenge all of that, let's consider, should we even be doing core stability training? Now there's a question. And so those of you who know me already, and for those who don't, I want to encourage you to challenge everything you read, are told, and really sort of get into the nitty-gritty, read it, get the research, ask others' opinions, develop your own opinion. Don't undervalue your own opinion. You are a already experienced, qualified, insured professional in your own right. You're just taking other people's views and modalities and systems to create your own, so don't undervalue that, please. But do challenge everything, and what we should challenge is, well, should we even be doing core stability work? If you read the research, the core is often inhibited in cases of low back pain. So that is well known now, and we as biomechanics coaches, or understanding the intrinsic biomechanics, can understand why. The core is often, if the core is unable to engage, then core exercises will help to engage it. That is also just logical. So there is a really strong theoretical basis for doing core training. However, when you read the research around core stability training, the studies are limited, conflicting and sketchy, to say that it's better than any other form of trunk conditioning. And that really then opens up, well, what do you mean by that? And if you think about the concept of having the water bottles with different weights in either side, squatting with different weights on either end, that actually could condition my trunk asymmetrically without having to do some side bridges, for example. In terms of your everyday movement and sport, could be conditioning your trunk, or it will be in some way. Can we use that rather than getting them doing core stability training on its own? Now, just to pull back to the real world, core stability training makes absolute sense in terms of our ability to prescribe, control, monitor, view, prescribe exercise reps and sets. It just makes sense. So it doesn't mean don't do it, but there's not a huge amount of evidence to say it's better than just utilizing the daily routine, but maybe adjusting it. It's just more challenging. Whereas if you've got a way of, here's a video, or here's a set of exercises, I'd like to do these, it's very, very simply prescribed and safe as well, in terms of the kind of core stability training we've been looking at has been very kind of basic and layering it on top. So we can measure and control the dosage, if that makes sense. But it's just interesting when you do look at the research, there's not a huge amount to say it's any better. So let's pull right above everything we've learned over the last couple of days just for a moment and think about what all of the research says. because everything I'm talking about comes from research, unless I've mentioned otherwise, and it's my opinion. And if we start to analyse what the research is telling us, and simplifying it as much as we can, my clicker's coming through, here it comes. If something can't relax, then we do a release. If it's stiff, we know that you need to move it. If it's weak, we would use strength training, and if it's unstable, we would use stabilisation training. Mobilising would help something that's immobile, and if something's inhibited, we use uninhibitors or release techniques or antispasms. And if it hurts, we rub it. Now, I love this slide, and the reason being, I just want to let you know, you clearly know how to release, move, strengthen, stabilise, mobilise, uninhibit, and rub, to be honest. Sorry, manual therapists, I'm not taking away from your skill set by any means. But in a simple conceptual representation, if we know how to do all of that, what's the problem that we're left with? And I don't just mean us, I mean the surgeons, the doctors, the physios, everybody. If we all know that kind of stuff from our perspective as exercise professionals, what's the problem? Why are we still feeling maybe a bit anxious? Am I doing the right thing? Is this the right thing to do? You know, John's question earlier, what point do I do the antagonist work? Where, when do I move on? When do I give them the next exercise? How do I know? And we don't, to be fair, because if you look at the words on the left, oh, someone's put an answer in, let's have a look. Yes, John. I'll come to that in a second, Alison, just bear with me a moment. So yeah, absolutely. We have no idea because we don't know if something is weak or unstable or inhibited, or is it immobile or is it stiff? Which one is it? And we don't know, and we never know until we do something. So until we start to apply an intervention, we don't know. And even then, you know, it's such a complex set of systems and structures, and it's so brilliant at movement compensation and allowing us to perform the task we're asking it to do when we've just sat on it all day, for example. Absolutely, Izzy, we shouldn't be frightened. We should make sure that we're testing, trying something, retest it, keep doing that process, as John was talking about earlier, as he's talking about now. But the intervention, if we use a system of low-grade, simple, logical approach that's based on as much science as we can get our hands on, as much as science can tell us, it's safe, it's measurable, we can monitor it, then that's as good as we've got, they've got, whoever they are, all the other people, and our peers and our neighbours and everybody else. So exactly as Izzy's saying, we shouldn't be afraid of it. If in your heart of hearts you know that you're providing a duty of care, you're helping them move well, and you're doing it from a place of informed understanding of the technical application, the anatomy that you know, are they moving better? Yeah, great, don't worry. You were helping people before you heard the last 2 days' information. You've just now got more information and ideas. So it's not going to be, you're going to be more harmful. It's quite the opposite. This is now opening up more opportunity to work with more people, more safely, with more accuracy. And so what I want to reinforce with this slide is conceptually, we're in the same boat as everybody else, but we are the experts when it comes to exercise, and sort of try and keep that in mind. And I think that comes, Izzy, down to our clients as well, when, absolutely right. So Izzy's talking about, I think sometimes people expect miracles, but there are none. It's about the pathway. And I think a big part of what we do through our whole diploma is help you, help them to have an appropriate level of expectation coming into this. So I know that we've got Alan in here who's training in osteopathy, and so having that connection with clinicians, they're in exactly the same boat as us, and hopefully Alan would agree with me. They've got different tests, and we've got these tests, and he has now both, which is amazing. But the more tests you've got, I'm not sure it gets easier. is what I'm trying to say. You have more information to use, but finding the solution, you just have more options rather than, it doesn't get easier. You can get more confident that, right, well, I know what I'm doing because I'm going to follow this system. I'm going to test the pelvis, test the spine, test the shoulders, do this, and then I'm going to start them here because that's what the research says, that's what I've learned, or that makes sense, or that's easier. So to just sort of reiterate exactly what Izzy's saying here, is finding an approach that works for you and them, putting it into place with all of the education programs that you have followed, learnt about, all of the systems that you have studied, and bringing them together. And rather than feeling, I don't want to keep you funneled into my system, I want you to take this one and blend it with your other systems, or use this maybe as a template if you've not had a system before, to then bring in all your other skill sets to apply in. So often when people get to their case study work, which we do on the full diploma, if you decide to do the whole thing, you want to get the certificates, and they come back and they say, do I just do the biomechanics? No, do everything. Tell us about it, challenge it. If you can't follow the system, what are you going to do? Give me a justification. Why are you stepping away from an evidence-based system? Well, they've got a bad back. Right, brilliant, great excuse. So you missed the back. You know, so it's about understanding you're doing a great job already. Here's some more. Let's go and use it. See what happens. Come back and tell me all about it. But more importantly, right now in the current climate, do you feel like what we've talked about over the last 2 days gives you something to go online with your present clients, or maybe new clients, or maybe start to go online with these skills and say to the client, right, okay, what I'd like to do, so I'm going to get you to roll down, cross your leg, I'm going to get you to lift down, I'm going to have a look. And okay, in the beginning, you might be thinking, oh, I'm not sure what's happening here. You will have a video of it. If you do it on Zoom, it always records. Obviously, watch your GDPR, check with your clients. And you just do that over and over again. And even if you're not sure, you can compare today with tomorrow. So I think, yeah, the guys are right. And Alan's agreeing with me in here. You know, the more you learn, it doesn't get easier. It just becomes more I find it gets more fascinating. But I will always, with my level of knowledge, which is actually quite minimal and definitely not clinical, I always come back to level 2. I always come back to, do they rotate? Do they flex? What does it look like? It looks all right. Crack on. Does it hurt? No. Crack on. Can we improve it? Probably. Can you do this for me then? It always comes back to the simple. And I find that I think it's hard for people to believe it is that simple. But just come back to what Izzy was saying about the miracle. We've got to really help clients understand that they are the best person to look after their body, rather than I'm going to pay you and you're going to make me thin, or I'm going to pay you and you're going to make me have big biceps or take my back pain away. We've got to take the responsibility away from us. We are the advisor, the analyst, the guide, and we know a bit about the human body. So we can make suggestions, and that's what they're paying for, is suggestions based on, or recommendations based on the information we've gathered through our consultation and our visual tests. And then it's their job to do it. It's their job to either listen or not. And if they don't, see you later. And if they do, then there's more chance they're going to get the results, because you're more likely to be able to help them. So John has gone through, so John is just talking about, he's gone through all the face-to-face. So thanks for that, John. I appreciate it. He's now doing it online. And what he's saying is, going through it again, it all makes even more sense. So hearing the same information a second time has been helpful. So this is where I'm excited now about having this as a resource for the people who come back to the face-to-face. And so you can go back and you can watch it, or maybe this will be the pre-course reading. I'm not sure yet. Maybe you can let me know what you think. And then when you come to the face-to-face, we'll go over it again. We inevitably do, because you bring your questions back, but we then go through it with your examples or your specific questions. Everybody else can listen in, and then you go, oh, that makes more sense now as a manual therapist. And then Charlotte's saying, adding different tools to an existing toolbox. Absolutely. In terms of PT, doing weight, squats, challenges, plank variations, etc. How best to bring this in? Okay, just bear with me. Would you stop that entirely and take it back? No, I would. So Charlotte's just sharing that she's working with clients doing squats and planks and things like that. Would she just strip it back and start again, or would she continue with the hard work while slowing down through the other tests? What I don't want to do is tell you how to run your business. There's that, you know, we've got to be mindful of how we help our clients transition, and to go back and say, right, stop everything. I know you're not saying this, stop everything, we're going to regress right back. May not be quite right, but I would definitely go back and try out these tests. So go back and you might go, right, Barry, I want you to sit on the chair. We're just going to do some pelvic function tests. You're doing amazing. Your squats and your planks are brilliant, but let's just check where you're at right now. You do the tests, you do the flexion tests, you do the Gillet's test, etc. You're taking through all these screens, and then you go, brilliant. Right, now I'm going to give you some homework, and you're going to do this in your time, so that when I do those squats and planks with you, then it will prepare you better for them. Now, you might decide to modify his squats and planks as well. I don't know. But as long as you're bringing in a bit more information to let you know whether squatting like that or at that range or doing that type of plank is right, you may just tweak it by adding in the tests and the exercise, the iMoveFreely exercises at the beginning. You're very welcome, Izzy. Okay, brilliant. Right, okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to talk you through exercise sequencing before I give you an option of staying or leaving. You can blame Robbie. I'll let you know in a minute. Right, okay, so I'm just going to talk you through these last couple of slides, guys, just to hopefully help with the questions that have just been coming in and then moving forwards just now. So Charlotte, in terms of what you're doing with your clients, maybe have a think, see how this layers in. So you do your tests, so you do your force sign, Gilets, your flexion, extension, rotation, side bend, QL, etc. And then you go, right, okay, I'm going to start with the pelvis. So we know that 60% of dysfunction comes from the pelvis. Not all, obviously, 40% doesn't, but 60% does. So that might be a good start point. So you've got your force sign anti-spasm, the leg press anti-spasm or muscle energy techniques, and you could make one up for your hip flexors. Michelle, we'll do that when we get face to face, and ab and adductors, if you like. But if you start with the pelvis and then see what happens. And then we can go to the spine and see what happens when we start addressing the spine. Then eventually, shoulders we're covering next week. So if you want to come back, next week is Thursday and Friday. So it'll be the same, it'll be led the same, but obviously we're going to the shoulders and the knees and the feet. And also the knees, obviously, to understand knee stability. So in terms of exercise prescription, this would be a system to follow. And even Alan, maybe you can let me know, Alan, I'm not sure how far your training's gone yet. Even a therapist would systematically rule things out rather than be definitive. Your pelvis is positive, it's your pelvis causing that, you must do the pelvic exercises, because the pelvic exercises may not change the pelvis. It may be the shoulders, it could be something else. So by systematically ruling things out and saying, right, start with the pelvis, what's changing that? Okay, right, that's worked, that hasn't, and then moving on. You're working out what the key biomechanical pillars are. So you've probably heard me saying, mine are right shoulder, right QL, left hip, left knee, right foot. So you get this kind of zigzag pattern. Some people get more of a zigzag. Feet is a whole other ball game. So next week, I'm going to talk about the feet and foot function. We can't sadly do the 6 foot tests that we would normally do on the face-to-face days, but I am going to do the anatomy of pronation, supination, which I think will be interesting for you guys. And I will, if I've got time, I'm going to check the lesson plan. I will introduce you to the foot posture index, which is a way you can test feet visually online in 2 minutes. So there's 6 tests. And so fingers crossed, if I can get that worked out to fit it in, then I will do. But the anatomy helps anyway, doesn't it? Now, the exercise decision process, so we've looked at all sorts of exercises, and in simple terms, thinking of the pelvis and the spine for now, we've got the pelvic antispasm or METs. If you remember, we did the wall gliding or the lateral gliding. That would come next in exercise prescription. Then it would be lumbar mobility. And then I would just slot in the nerve slump that we did before thoracic rotation. Now, this isn't, you're not going to break somebody if you step out of this flow, but there are reasons for this flow in terms of we really want to get the lumbar spine or the spine, pelvic and spine area moving well first, because that actually mobilizes the nerve roots in preparation for the bigger slump exercise. So that's really why we've got the lumbar mobility just prior to the nerve mobility. The thoracic spine mobility then prepares the shoulder area for when we get into next week. We're going to be covering the median nerve, radial and ulnar, but predominantly median nerve. And also we've got 4 shoulder screens that we're going to go through as well. And so you've got this system of exercise prescription, which is, again, let's see what that changes, let's see what that changes, because you're continually measuring as you see your clients online. When you're asking them to do their homework, you can bring in that strength work on day one. So back to your question, sorry, I think it was Charlotte, I can't remember. Yes, it was Charlotte. So there's no reason why on day one you can't keep Barry doing something, but you make it more specific to the antagonist work of the test that you did earlier. And so you could be doing adduction strength work. So you might do your 4 sign, adduction strength, and then get him to squat. And he might have a band around his knees on the squatting. So the strength work really complements the antispasm. That's why they're quite good to put in together. So little flows you might want to think about that you could potentially do off the bat. So I've just described that first one there. So 4 sign, adduction, abduction. So the example of the body weight adductors and then a banded abduction. So leg press and then the leg lifts we did yesterday, and then the glute bridge. And I'm actually doing a series of video of these on my social media, by the way. So Instagram and Facebook, you'll probably see all of these. I've done the first 3 now. So you can go and have a look at what the hip flexor release looks like, followed by the antagonist work of the glute bridge, and so on. And then your glides, followed by 4-point spine flexion. So remember, we talked about working the spinal flexors, and then you roll down to work the extensors. And then again, another pelvic way of doing it is, you can see the blue dot is showing the more dynamic strength training of the squat jumps, kettlebell swings, front kicks, skates. And again, these are all, depending on what you're doing with the clients, they're more cardiovascular and more dynamic. And you might consider kind of the preparation, stability and control, and then mobilize them in a session which still follows a systemized approach to the way you train your client online from home. Just check we've had a little chat bubble come in. Yes, it was, Robbie. Yeah, that's the one we're going to do next week. I think we should have time, so I'm going to try that out. So the foot posture index. So how are we feeling in our learning Kubler-Ross curve of change? Does that all make sense? Do you feel like you could go and use it right now? I know some of you, Alan, for example, you just booked on this one, and that's fine. Go and have a play and have a look. Great to hear that, John. Remember this curve to be able to show your clients you are empathetic to the your client's situation. So make sure your marketing, your vocabulary, your language, your exercises, your assessments, that it's all sensitive to the environment. Let them know. Remember I talked about yesterday the tips from Tony Robbins about be empathetic, let them know you're in control. I'm going to do some tests on you. So if you just like to step back from the camera, this is what we're going to do. Think about it as expanding your exposure rather than a revenue. Engage sensitively. So rather than using the images of you know, being in groups of people, and definitely stay in the game. Keep visible, keep letting them know you're out there, and definitely ask the two big questions. What do you miss? And what don't you miss? Because that could really be insightful for your business in the future. Don't be stuck in the short term of just trying to cope with right now. So people are talking about practice, the practice, yes. Great to have refreshed this. Thanks, Charlotte. Get everyone signed up. So Alison's gone from 2 to 3 in a day. Karen, I thought this morning's agonist antagonist polls were really good. Oh, thank you for that. Yes, need to practice. I think we're all in the same boat. When you learn something new, please understand everyone is in the same place. Feels weird, a bit uncomfortable, I'm not quite sure, am I doing it right? They are as simple as they appear, but your natural inquisitive nature is, well, why and how? And you can go into the why and the how, but you're probably going to end up back at, it's just range and symmetry. So, and no matter how much I study it, you know, and with people like Alan, maybe the depth you're going to go to and maybe are already, it'd be interesting to know if it does still bring you back to, particularly with the healthy bodies. I guess as an osteo, you have more problems. I think the contraindications are what cause the problems and the questions further. But just on regular people, it kind of always comes back to the simple nature of, do they move well? Yeah. So let me just see what I've got left in here. So can you still see the PowerPoint, guys? Yeah, okay. So just to let you know, we have got a membership. If you want to get involved in that, that has got that stuff there. And that gives you face-to-face. We have 4 workshops each year face-to-face. You get clothing. For those guys who are waiting for some clothing, my apologies, that is on pause at the minute. There's the online portal, which I think I've given a lot of you access to just under this environment. And so this is what you can get through that membership. Free business advice, you can get discounts, etc., etc. I recognise quite a few of this is more relevant when we're face to face. Just remember that you can use the iMoveFreely logo. If anybody wants that already, then give me a shout. I'll send it through because that's the customer facing branding, if you like. We're doing a lot in the background. I don't know if I mentioned to you, I presented to 170 staff from a global organisation internationally. It went out to Asia, UK, Asia, and the Americas on Thursday. So if we can deliver things like iMoveFreely to the international, you know, out internationally. I know some of you are getting international people coming on your classes. If you could, we can use a global brand like iMoveFreely and all be singing from the same sheet, you know, getting that reputation. We're in a really strong place. And there's a lot of big backers. I don't know if you've heard of Sport England, who have got £195 million to throw at our industry, at anybody with any innovations or investable concepts to help the nation move better. So I'm on a little push with my networking connections. So hopefully, if it all starts to kick off, that branding is going to become more invaluable. So trust me, it's been my lifelong purpose and goal to get that on the NHS. You would be able to use, yeah, absolutely. You've got the iMoveFreely exercise techniques, Charlotte. So yeah, definitely. I want you to push that brand, because when you become biomechanics coaches, they generally don't know what a biomechanics coach does. Most clients don't know what a physio or an osteo does. They just go to the dude that their mate recommended because he's quite good, but they don't really know why. But if they see iMoveFreely, they know what you do. So rather than trying to sell biomechanics coaching, thanks, Michelle, sell iMoveFreely. So iMoveFreely is what I'm pushing in the public domain and on the Google searches, internet and everything else. That's the really stronger brand. Obviously use Biomechanics Coach as and when that's appropriate. And that, again, I'm working hard to say to the standardized, the governing bodies like SIMSPA, you need to get Biomechanics Coaching recognised as being that kind of chartered status level of practitioner. So, but again, in your business, different sort of levels of marketing. So I'm just going to stop the share, bring that down, bring you all back in, and let's just see. So I'm going to give it 10 minutes to see if anyone's got any questions, and then you have the option of staying for one more movement analysis. There is no pressure. It's just for fun, because we're finishing kind of a little bit early, and one of your colleagues, he knows who he is, out there, was typing away after we did this a few weeks ago. He says, I want to do that more, I should know this better. So we're going to do it again. If anybody wants to, no pressure whatsoever. It's just for fun. So if you want to hang around, it'll only be 10 minutes. Maybe of analysing one more movement. Otherwise, I'm going to let you go in just a few minutes. So I'm just seeing, no, not that one, the other one. We can do that one as well if you like. John's in. Ah, dear. How does rolling and or stretching fit into all of this? Good question. Or not. Okay. Alison's staying. Oh, love it. So you're all as nerdy as I am, you see. Got to run. No problem, Russell. I will see you next week. Amanda signed up for the reform yet. Would any of these count towards it? You would still need to achieve all the face-to-face, Amanda, but I am looking at the face-to-face now, considering we do have this as a resource, and whether I can potentially make the face-to-face marginally shorter to save us all cost and time. Because I believe strongly in the face-to-face. So yeah, in terms of financially, yes, it does. You get this off the full price, so you're not going to pay any more. This would technically be free when you pay for the diploma. The information you're going to have, obviously, this is what we talk about on the face-to-face. So what I want, and this is all like literally, this is hot off the press, so I'm not 100% sure yet. Brilliant, Alan staying, Sue staying. Yeah, no problem, Robbie. No, you're not, abductor. So what I'm trying to explore, Amanda, is how it might work when we get back to normal, whether I can actually save you guys a day face-to-face and have this as a compulsory pre-reading resource. I haven't decided yet. I need to run through it. I need to check the hours of guided learning, blended learning, etc. Because the research has always said online and face-to-face blended as a combination is the best, produces the best results in learning. So what I'm considering is whether do we need a full 3 days. I would suspect it's going to be 2 days at least for the maybe the new version of this. I'm not so sure yet. Karen signed up, Matt's staying, Izzy staying. You're all staying. Okay, brilliant. Fran, no problem, lovely. I'll see you next week. Look after yourself. Omar's saying, let's do it. Right, okay. If you want to leave, then feel free to leave us now. But we're a bunch of movement nerds, and we're going to do one more movement analysis task. So I haven't got a poll. So this is off the cuff, shooting from the hip. Okay, the movement we're going to analyze is this. So it's basically a deadlift. So to give you the information, the arms are just hanging, so I'm not holding anything. The torso is not moving. The spine isn't moving. The legs are staying with the knees in the same position, the ankles in the same position. And I'm just doing that and back up. So, number one question for you to type into the chat box. He does, Karen. Is what's the joint that's moving first? What is the joint that's moving? That's your first question. Easy, easy. Fantastic. Okay, second question. What is the joint action? I think we are unanimous. Hip flexion, hip flexion, hip flexion. Hip flexion. Interesting, Alison. Okay. Alan says, yep. Okay. So if the joint action is hip flexion, what is the prime mover? I'm afraid, everybody, you're all wrong. My apologies. Alison nailed it. Now, this is the reason why I wanted to do it, because of the session we did, so please forgive me. It wasn't a deliberate trick, but there is a reason why it changes now. So I just wanted you to realise that while I've conditioned you in a series of questions how to answer them, there is the potential for you to get tripped up in a setting like this. So let me show you again. In a deadlift, I'm going into hip flexion, but what's the prime mover? What is the dominant mover in the hip? I'm going into hip flexion, but what is the muscle contraction? What is going on? Yes, Charlotte. Yes, Hazel. There we go. There we go. So can you explain to me how am I going into hip flexion, but the extensors are the prime movers? You got it, Omar. Yes. Bang on. Good. Fantastic. So your hip extensors are the prime movers in eccentric and then concentric. So again, this is where we're given systems in anatomy and movement to follow, agonist, antagonists. Remember, we talked about the quads, and they're not always fixators, unless you know the anatomy. Some are dynamic, some are fixators. What people have tried to do over the years is create systems to the way the body functions and works, and the way we work it out. And there are often times where, because of the beautiful, fascinating, complex nature of the body, it doesn't always fit into those boxes that we have created to try and fit the body into to make it easy to understand. So your hip extensors are the prime movers in a deadlift, in eccentric and concentric. So the antagonists would be what? Where's Omar? There he is. Omar, we're going to have so much fun on this. But when you break it down, I think the mind-blowing part is you kind of go, it's face palm, isn't it? More than mind blown, because you know it, but we don't use it. We don't think in that way. We just go, oh, boom, it works my bum, it works my glutes. And that's almost to our detriment as technicians. And so where the number one thing people come to me for and with is, I want a deeper level of understanding the human body. But you already know what you need to know, you just forgot it. So what I'm bringing back into the forefront of your mind is your level 2, level 3 training, right? And I think that's where people get the meltdown, not the complexity of it. I think, oh, I know that. Why have I said that? I know that. And so what I'm saying to you is that's 99% of the people who come on my training, from personal trainers, Pilates teachers, manual therapists. even clinicians, even sometimes podiatry. And so coming back and relearning it in terms of, right, how do I apply that? We're just going through that process. So it's Kubler-Ross, yeah? You go, damn it, I should have known that. So it's totally common. Okay, fixators. What are the fixators in that deadlift that I showed you? So we've got core, spine extensors, ankle, knee, trunk, core below the knee, core and below the knee, not core below the knee. Sorry, Charlotte. Feet, ankle, below the knee, spine extensors, below the knee, spine extensors. Okay. Ankle, knee, core, spine. So, and again, I'm just going to be really, forgive me, I'm going to be pedantic just because I know you want me to help you with the technical clarity. So you're all right, but technically your knee isn't a fixator. It's the muscle groups that affect the knee or the ankle. So to be, and I know you're just typing for speed. So the plantar dorsiflexors, or the pronators, supinators, if you like. So just to come back up to core and spine extensors, would somebody like to explain, is it the core or is it the spinal extensors or is it both? Why are we getting two different responses to that area? So Charlotte says spine extensors, knee extensors. Both. Hazel says both. I'm with Hazel. So the whole trunk is a fixator, but the ones who said spine extensors would be correct that the spine extensors are dominant. So if you remember, we talked about having a dominant area in the trunk. That means that even though the whole trunk is isometric, actually the extensors are taking the load of the head and the weight as we move forwards. So, great job, guys. Well done. All right, last one. Dynamic stabilizers. Go, Omar. I didn't get you to do a Beyonce walk, did I? Oh dear, Dr. Ab in the house. So, ab, add, and rotators of, I'm assuming, I won't assume actually, Robbie, I'll let you answer, of which body part. I know you didn't. Oh, what, somebody else wrote it? Yes, good. So, in a deadlift, your ab and adductors and rotators are moving, they're changing length because they're crossing the moving joint. However, yeah, they are, they're not performing the movement, they're just allowing the movement to happen. I'm really impressed and I'm really excited that all of you guys stayed behind for that when we've just spent the last 5-6 hours 2D on a screen going through this. So that's amazing. I can't wait. I'm so excited to meet you all when we get back there. So I just want big hugs to you as well, mate. I just want you to understand conceptually to try not to relax a little bit, you know, whilst you're learning it, be really critical and try and be technical in the way you think about things, and it will start to become your second nature. Trust me, before I was teaching, I was in exactly the same place as you. I was saying the same things. I was confused. I was anxious. I didn't know it. I was like, this is, you know, I'm not smart. I don't get this. And the only reason I know it is because I teach it and I use it all the time. That's the only reason. I am no smarter, no brighter than, definitely not, than a lot of you guys, for sure. But it's just a practice, it's just a process. So for the new guys, Karen, for example, coming through, you know, it's great that you come straight out of the education into something else that's really encouraging you to keep going with it. I know Omar is an educator as well. And so, you know, again, crossing through education companies and he and I as educators, you know, having conversations around the way we educate learners and help. And it's from our own experiences that we then feel strongly about then helping others learn the way we learn. We know we're all the same. There's no hierarchy, guys. You're fantastic, guys. You're very, very welcome. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to close up in about 2 minutes. Matt, good to see you. I don't know if I can see you. Where's Matt? I don't think, no, you're not on the video. That's okay, mate. It's just nice to see that you're all okay. There he is. How you doing, Matt? And yes, I have recorded. So yesterday's I've managed to upload. Hopefully today's I did hit record. Thank God for that. I just want to work out the best way to make them accessible and easily accessible for you. So can you bear with me a few days? I have emailed my web guy. Everything's a little bit slow at the minute, but I will absolutely make everything available to all of you. So you can watch this back, have a laugh at my gourmet face whilst I'm reading your messages, and fast forward maybe through that bit. And then, so next week, Thursday, Friday, I think most of you are going to be coming along for the shoulder, knee and foot. If you're not booked on, you're very welcome to come and join us. You can just go and book again through the website as you have done already. And then that is going to give you, yay, that is going to give you pretty extensive assessment tool. It's all the online stuff. That's all I'm giving you online so that you can just focus on really honing and nailing that down, because that's the stuff you can practice right now. If you choose to come to the face-to-face, obviously there's going to be more. We're getting more detail. And I mean, I can just imagine getting us lot all together in one room. It would just be chaos. Amazing. So you're very welcome, Alison. So the guys who've done all of this before are saying that it's really been helpful. So again, for those guys who are coming to the face-to-face, I think what they're confirming for you guys is that even if we cover it again face-to-face, there's a huge value in that. When you've got someone, one of the master trainers looking at technique and we're practicing hands-on, it can be quite different. And again, it brings about different questions. So there's still opportunity for further learning of the same content. We can go through it again, but maybe quicker is what I'm thinking. Definitely bring the confetti and the streamers, Omar. You're the one around the corner. You know all the shops in that area. So, Alan, it's been an absolute honour having you along. I'd like to talk to you as well, actually, at some point, mate, if that's all right, about where you're based, what you're doing, what you're thinking, how far you are through your osteopathy, so that we can start to connect all these different diverse professionals back together. I think we're all waiting to get back to hands-on, aren't we? So there's no questions coming through. I really appreciate all your feedback, your patience through these tough times. Please, please, please stay positive, stay proactive, stay visible, and keep doing what you're doing. Your people love you. So get out there, help them. If you want more help with that in business terms, then give us a shout. We can talk privately, do one-to-one, which I know some of you are after already. Otherwise, I'll see you next week, guys. Thanks ever so much. Take care. Bye. I'm going to take a photo. Wait. Let me take a photo. Smile. Smile and wave. Hi. Thanks, guys. See you next week, guys. Take care. Peace out.